Brian, it's Championship Saturday. You ready?
I am ready.
You ready?
I am ready.
All right, let's get to it.
Welcome to the biggest day of the virtual league year, Super Saturday. We have the best virtual diplomacy league players battling in the 2022 season VDL championship game. It's now or never to become the third virtual diplomacy league champion. Diplomacy is always more dramatic when stakes are high and titles are on the line. Let's get to Super Saturday right now.
Now there ain't nothing to it, go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you, I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those for well to your opinions, know that he is so. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, yo. Here we go. I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'ma make you understand. Watch me escape.
Greetings to our diplomacy friends around the world. Thank you all for watching League Night, the Diplomacy Broadcast Network coverage of the Virtual Diplomacy League and League Diplomacy throughout the year. Tonight, I would like to introduce your broadcast team. I am Brian Pravel. I will be hosting tonight. And joining me in the studio, we have David Hood. Welcome, David.
Hey there, Brian. Good. Going to be a great night.
Absolutely. I'm super excited about this one. Ed Sullivan, welcome. And Ed's taken after me and coming in on mute. League Night tradition wouldn't be League Night without that happening.
Thank you, Brian. I was distracted by your hair.
As you should be. And we have Liam Stokes joining us for the first time, making a League Night debut. Welcome to the stream, Liam.
Thanks, Brian. Good to be here.
All right. Now, our studio team only partially completes tonight's analysts on DBN. We've got a dynamite sideline team. Robert Schupa, Christopher Ward, and Peter McNamara have been taking notes throughout this championship game, and that's always one of the highlights of these top board championship type format games. I'm looking forward to hearing their reports throughout tonight's broadcast. We also have Kevin O'Kelly behind the scenes producing and trying his best to help make this look like as professional a event as possible. He does a great job on that. And lastly, our League Night team would not be complete without those of you watching us live and participating in Dip Chat. Thank you all for participating during each broadcast. Viewers can join Dip Chat by going to our YouTube channel during the live stream to talk smack, join in friendly and supportive conversations about competitive diplomacy. It's a fantastic community to engage with, and shows would not be the same without you. So thank you all, and really, really appreciate you watching. And those of you watching the replay, thank you for watching as well. Super Saturday is the kickoff of championship season on the Diplomacy Broadcast Network. Just a few hours ago, we got to see the DBN broadcast of the virtual French League Top Board. Congratulations to Nicolas No Effing Way Sahugué on a great season and a well-played final. If you didn't get a chance to watch that broadcast, the link to the game will be in the show notes. And it was very entertaining. Came down to the very last turn. Definitely worth watching. The team did a great job with that. And tonight's League Night broadcast doesn't need any hype. But we're going to give it some anyway. Aside from featuring the Virtual Diplomacy League Top Board, we're going to showcase the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy Rookie Showcase Board before we crown the VDL champ. And before we get to tonight's broadcasts, let's take a look at a couple of the upcoming events coming up this year. Starting us out, David, talk us through some of these upcoming tournaments.
Well, it's only a couple of weeks away now. Cascadia in the Vancouver area is a tournament that's been going on for a long time, run by Chris Brand. That's going to be a great event. We've got the DBNI, of course, coming in February. We all know that's where February fever begins. For the DBN Invitational Virtual Tournament. That's beginning in the middle of February, and then the last weekend in February will be the finals. You see TotalCon, which I think is in Marlborough, which is not too far from Boston in Massachusetts. That's the end of February. So that's going to be awesome, along with the French language virtual championship game in March. They did it in March last year as well. That's sort of like the English language VDC, Virtual Diplomacy Championship. They do it in French. And then the whipping tournament, we just actually got announcements today from Adam Silverman about some of the lodging details and so forth for the tournament in the middle of April in San Jose. And then finally, the tournament I'm running in Chapel Hill, North Carolina, the North American DipCon, the North American Diplomacy Championships, will be held at DixieCon the last weekend of May.
Liam, I think you've got a little bit of a connection to Cascadia. You want to tell us anything about that event?
Yeah, Brian, Cascadia is my hometown event, or at least close enough to hometown. So yeah, really looking forward to it. And if you're at least on the fence, or, I'm sure that between myself, Riaz, Varani, and Chris Brand, those two are really doing pretty much all the work. I'm picking up the prize later next week. That's about all I'm contributing to the event. So yeah, I think that it's going to be a great time, and hopefully everybody can come out. I know that they've got some socials planned for the night before, and it's going to be a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'm planning on being at that one, and really, really getting excited for that. And Ed, the year is coming to a close, the 2022 season, but that does not mean that league diplomacy is taking any kind of a pause. Talk us through what we've got for our upcoming leagues.
Yeah, so we have the French Diplomacy League kicking off in early February. It's been a great league to watch. I've enjoyed covering some of the games along with the Nexus Press League, which is, really done a great job. That only started a couple of years ago. It's probably the number one English-speaking league in the world. And then, of course, virtually, we've got the Virtual Diplomacy League year 4. This is year 3. And so year 4 is, Zachary has really done something that no one thought Zachary could do, which is sustained commitment to something other than his hair.
He has done a fantastic job. We're hoping we'll have a chance to catch up with him during this broadcast to kind of talk through and close out the season. If not, we'll all say nice things. If you didn't get a chance, you definitely should go and watch the DBN Awards show that David and Zach helped organize and run. Really entertaining video, and you get to see and hear some of Zach's thoughts about Virtual Diplomacy League this season. And for more information about all of these events, please visit the new schedule page at diplobn.com. I'm very proud of this. I put a lot of work into building that out. We've got a list of every single event that I'm aware of that we believe will likely qualify for the DBNI. So it's not every single game, but the majority of diplomacy games going on in the hobby do qualify. So you can check that out by going again to diplobn.com and then clicking on the schedule page. If there's something that's missing, feel free to reach out to us. You can email us at info@diplobn.com. You can post in the comments. If you are a member of our Discord community, the Virtual World Diplomacy community, you can message me directly or anyone on the DBN team. Let us know, and we'll try and get that reviewed, and if it meets qualifications, added to the schedule. And a reminder to subscribe to the channel and click the notification bell to receive alerts for all of these broadcasts, as well as all of the other DBN content. There's been a lot of it, and there's a lot more to come. The biggest one being the upcoming DBN Invitational, which will be taking place in February. Cannot wait. All right, well, let's transition now over to talking about the Virtual Diplomacy League. Let's kind of take a step back. One of the best things about playing all of our games virtually is we've got access to more statistics about games than at any point in diplomacy history. And the more that we get, the more we compile, the better the data becomes. But this time, instead of kind of digging in deep and looking at a specific topic, I wanted to take a step back and kind of look at things from a macro level, look at what happened in the 2022 season. So first of all, we had 76 players in total. There were 36 games played, and we're estimating that with the average length of games, that's about 1,181 hours that our players put into playing these games, only half of which were Christian Braun. So it was a really,
Ryan, you're the straight man.
It was a really committed and dedicated group of players that we had this season. Competition was fantastic. I will say personally, I was really pleased with the quality of play this season. And if we look at our results, it's kind of interesting. On the left bars, you will see our results from the 2021 season, and on the right hand side you'll see the results from the 2022 season. So by percentage of results, we had 25% of players being eliminated in 2021, 24 in 2022. 3% of players were soloed on. There were no solos in the 2021 season or 2022 season. There were 3 last year. Survivals were up 53% last year, 59% this year. Probably the single biggest shock to me as I was reviewing these statistics, so much so that I had to go and double check with several people to verify my data. There was not a single 3-way board top in the Virtual Diplomacy League this season. We had 2-way tops were slightly down, and lone tops went up from 9 to 11%. So really some shifts in the style of play. I did want to ask our analysts any thoughts about those results and any storylines that we can take from that.
Well, the one thing I would say about the 3-way tops going away is that was kind of a thing that people were doing as a particular strategy in certain types or certain parts, of the 2021 season. And the fact is that people have found some other strategies. So I think they've gotten away from that. It's a strategy that can work, but it is in some ways a waste of a result unless that particular strategy works with trying to sort of going and bringing some people with you. That strategy doesn't work if the right people are not playing that particular game day or something to make that work. Then you're finding other people doing other things, which is fine. Adaptability is part of this game.
Next,
I think it's a missed opportunity. I'm a 3-way top person in a league, and early on in the preliminary rounds of a tournament for a reason. And I think if you look at the how close it was, the 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 position here for Virtual Diplomacy League, there were players who could have been, who could have solidified spots had they not been eliminated as many times as they were, had sort of a more collaborative, I'm not talking cliquish strategy, but the idea of get what you need to get, continue to be in the mix, and move on. I know that's not good DBN. I know better diplomacy players like David Hood, I can't say Liam, Brandon Fogel, Nicola Taille, they disdain that kind of Care Bearish play. But it depends on the person and the strategy. And for me, it's been quite successful, and I would continue to do it. I would say there were no 3-way tops this year because I didn't really play a lot of games. But I would like to do it. I think that is the better league strategy. To get to this game, which is the point in my mind of a league.
My point was that if the right personnel is not on your board to do that, you don't do it. You do something else. And I'm not sure that people thought the right personnel to do that were on their boards this year. That's what I'm saying. The people that did that a lot in 2021 were either not playing a lot or not playing on the same board.
That's a fair point, because I don't see our top 2 or 3 players this year who played a lot of games and who did well in those games wanting to three-way share games. So that's
It's just a different strategy. I mean, I'm with you that it's not as good television as well, but it's also just a different strategy. Nothing wrong necessarily with it, but it's not one size fits all. Ed, is what I would argue. It's not always appropriate to do it. Even if you would like to do it, you might not have the right situation.
I've learned in the 3 years of doing this, one thing that I've really appreciated from all of you is I like having tools in my tool belt. And I feel like that is a tool that I would utilize with the right situation. But I also think when you look at the stats for this season, it can also speak a little bit to the risk of that 11-11-11. You do need 3 people that are willing to do that, because one of the things I like about that strategy is from a game theory standpoint, the bigger those scores get and the closer they are, the risk goes up. The nice thing about the Virtual Diplomacy League scoring system is that can be effective. It can work. But if somebody decides, hey, I don't want to be that third, I'm going to go for a lone top or split that if I'm able to, the risk for all parties involved goes up. And I think that kind of speaks to some of the more conservative play that we saw this season. We didn't have those big as big scores overall. And I think it's because people were wary of that the risk that scenario created.
I don't know, Brian. I'm going to disagree a little bit, right? Because I think last year, McAllis, I believe, had a solo. I know Brandon had one, if not 2 solos. And what did they do? We go into game 2 of the finals last year, one of the best, probably the best virtual game in history. David can say whether it's the best game, but I don't know if we'll ever get a game as good as last year's championship. And they were targets. You want to hide in plain sight on a top board.
And that is the beauty for me of league play, especially, is you get, I frequently call it the survivor effect, where the players that you're playing with all season become your jury of your peers, and they ultimately are going to dictate who's going to win that game. So yes, play the board you're on. Yes, do the best you can, but you always have that league aspect in mind. Moving on, the power stats. I want to take a look here at the percent top share by power. So when we look at who's topping, we've got Austria going down from 13 to 11, England up from 17 to 20, France going up slightly from 19 to 20, Germany increasing from an abysmal 11 last season to 13, Italy moving up to 13, Russia dropping down to 13, and Turkey, this one was the surprising one to me. Really felt like they were doing a lot better this season, going from 14 down to 10. Anybody have any comments about that top share?
Let me say something about the Turkey one, because I went back and looked at some previous episodes of League Night to get ready for tonight's broadcast. There were a lot of alliances in the East that involved Turkey. In the beginning of the season, there were a lot of ATs. There were some ITs later in the season. That didn't always give Turkey the board top, but it sure kept them from being creamed like they were in many games in the previous season. It doesn't look like that big of a difference, 14 to 10%, but actually as those percentages went, it was one of the bigger changes. And I just think it was a function of the fact that we had a lot of AIs over and over again in 2021. I'm not saying it didn't happen in 22, but it wasn't the go-to in every game. In fact, there was one night, I forgot whether it was either the May or the June episode of League Night, where out of 4 games we covered, 3 of them had ATs in it.
Yeah, I remember.
I would like to hit the West issue. Those statistics show a large EF cooperation, which I think is borne up by my anecdotal experience and what we see throughout the year, because EF is such an alliance, but we spend a lot of time talking about the meta of the East. Is Turkey the weakest power? Is Austria the weakest power? What's going on with Russia? But there is a real shift in the meta towards the EF. And as someone who plays Germany a lot, there is an answer to how to play against an EF. The players haven't shifted yet to that. I think Germany, I may be dead wrong, will be picked low on the power selection phase for that reason. And I would still pick Germany, even with the EF meta, because I think Germany, for my game, is best.
Well, the centers above average power kind of speak to that as well. So what this graph is showing us is a comparison of if you average out the average powers and normalize them, how are they performing relative to each other? And when you look at average center count, Austria's centers above average power have dropped pretty significantly. Russia's the most, down to 1. But look at that for both England and France, but France in particular, 2.3. That's just a massive, massive increase in centers above average power compared to the rest of the board, at the cost of Germany and Italy and Russia.
I'm going to blame England for this. I'm just going to do it. EFs are great. France usually has the upper hand. Not always, but usually has an upper hand. It has to do with what mix of pieces that England has to do its part of the conquering of the West. And by the time you get to St. Petersburg, do you have the right pieces in position to go any further? Do you have the right pieces in position to go stab France at the end? France, I think, usually is in a better position than England is in that scenario. English players should adapt to that. Yes, EGs are more complicated because you have to make more aggressive moves that are not neutral to attack France. Going to the English Channel is hard to disguise. Going to North Sea is like, whatever. Going to the English Channel is an aggressive move. So I would say England, I'm not saying you shouldn't ally with France, but don't assume that's your go-to. There's always options there. Even Ed Sullivan might be a good partner for you in Germany, for example.
So
in Italians also,
David, I'm always a good partner. So the even part, that's a little disappointing. But look, the reason to have a good EF, a lot of English players bounced Germany and Holland in fall of 1901. A lot of tempo is lost, for England vis-a-vis France. But I think the issue really is, I've given this some thought because for my own play, these games, particularly VDL, 1908, 1909, 1910, they end, roughly the same year because of the time limits. You need to have good tempo to get on a top board. It costs a lot of effort to go after France in a league. And without that time commitment, I think some players are wary of doing it and would rather work with France.
I think one of the main
I agree,
things.
but that's like making a deal with the devil. It might work out for you. Maybe.
Liam, why don't you give us our final thoughts for this segment?
I think when it comes to these statistics, one of the things that probably everybody should keep in mind, at least this is how I do it when I'm ever fortunate enough to be in a position to either pick a power or when you see you get stuck with a certain power maybe you're not happy with, is to remember, like we talked about before, is everything's situational. It all depends on who else is on the board and where they're positioned. So just because you're in France and you have maybe Ed Sullivan in England, who's always a good ally, doesn't necessarily mean that the EF is the right choice. It all depends on who else is in Germany, who else is on the board, and other situations. So the pure numbers, unfortunately, don't tell the whole story.
Well, one of the fun things about being a analyst on the internet is your predictions live forever. And we thought it would be entertaining to take a look back at some of our predictions from the start of the previous season. None of us have seen these predictions yet, so we're going to react and find out how we did.
So, David, we're going to put 3 minutes up on the clock here. Give me your prediction for 2022.
All right. Well, my prediction is that we are going to see even fewer of these 11, 11, 11, 1 type, shared board tops where you just take over the board and from the very beginning and don't really play the game. You just sort of go through the motions. We had a lot of those the first season of VDL, not as many last year. We still had some. And I'm not suggesting that that's always a bad idea, but it certainly isn't something you want to do every time you play. And I think we're going to see even fewer of those for the reason that Brandon mentioned earlier, that I think particularly last season showed us the value of getting some extra points, getting some extra oomph to your results. I think in the first season of VDL, there was a lot more concern about becoming a target or making yourself look like you were in a strong position. And last year, instead, we had players, like McCarless, and there were others, not just Brandon, who decided, well, I'm going to take some high results early, and I'm going to really push them. And I think that really did well for those players going towards the end of the season. And I think that is what I'm predicting for this time.
All right, Brandon, you're going to be playing. So what's a prediction you want to boldly make that someone can hold against you?
Turkey's going to dominate this year. It's going to have the highest average top share. What I would like to see, what I hope to see, and what I do sort of think I might see happening is personal rivalries that now have 2 years of history starting to become bigger and more prominent. People like Ed and Farron, who have this sort of, they have a long history now between tournaments. They're not both playing VDL, so I don't expect that to, or maybe it will. But I think things like that, there's a lot of history that's been laid. People have been sticking with this hobby. So I'm looking for that stuff to be, to play more and more prominently, and for people to maybe to be more and more aware of it and to figure out how to use it to their advantage, and for the rivals to figure out that if they get along one time, they can really pull a big surprise. So that's what I'd like to see.
I'm thinking my prediction. I didn't have to make one last year because I was behind the scenes, but this year I got to be on record. So I'm going to go with even more Leviathans. I think EF is just going to roll half of the games this season. I think people really want to make that top board. And like you said, if you're going to go risk, you're not going to get 11, 11, 11, but you might get a few more 12, 12, 13, 13s. You push the game. But I don't know if I just see more Care Bear, and then I'm going to stick to it. So,
guys, and gals, don't listen to Kevin. Yeah, English Channel is a great place any time of year.
I thank you to Kevin O'Kelly for putting that segment together. I think part of it was he wanted to be able to brag about his prediction about the Leviathan.
Part of it. Part of it. I think we created a segment. I predict Kevin's beret and white sweater to be in the trash. How about that, Kevin?
David, you did correctly predict about the reduction in 11-11-11s. And even at the start of that year, we saw some of the same conversation that clearly has not been resolved. But what I wanted to look at is this idea about putting a target on your back. Let's take a quick look at our top 7 and their path, and let's see if there's anything in our data that can tell us about that. First of all, our top 7 for the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship is Nicolas Taillet, Tim Crosby, Brandon Fogel, Michalis Camaridis, Farron Jane, Karthik Konath, and Bradley Grace. You can see their top share, eliminations, and their best scores. Best scores overall throughout this whole league have been lower. So for that piece, Kevin was not correct. We definitely had more conservative play overall this year, from a scoring standpoint at least. But what really stood out to me with this is within our top 5, not a single elimination. Just if you want to ask yourself how important is survival, these points, like, does it really matter? Like, your points are so low when you get to that few centers. In Virtual Diplomacy League, at least, it's very apparent if there's one correlating factor between our players that had high success, it's that they did not get eliminated and they kept themselves in the game. But let's take a look here at the path to the top. So here we can see that in April, it looks like in May, Nicola went for it. He's got a giant spike up to the top, and no one was able to overtake him. Tim Crosby also had early success. The rest of the field, though, it was a journey. And in particular, our final 2 qualifiers, Karthik and Bradley, really had to work hard at the end of the season to qualify for this top board. Brandon was right at the bubble. He went up 4 places to maintain his position in the top 7. But Karthik had to move up 13 places and Bradley 21 places in order to make this final. Just really interesting that every player seemed to have a different path to get to the top. Ed, I'm going to go to you. Anything stand out about how our players qualified?
Two thoughts. The first is Nicola Taille. Brandon and I spoke at length in the interview. I don't know if this part will make it or not, but he told me he thought Nicola Taille was the best player in all across virtual, not just this league, but virtual playing. And that graph just showed it. I mean, he solidified it and cruised. Very, very impressive. And of course, he won last year. And for a relative new player, I think it's his second year. I'm jealous. The other is Karthik, because I believe the statistics showed he was eliminated in 40% of his games. This is impressive to me, because I'm the slow and steady, tortoise, and he's sort of the hare, right? And the hare here is, he can pull it out when he needs it. He swings for the fences, and that's, in my mind, very admirable. He's cut me out when he wants to. He's cut everybody out. And I respect that as a player. I also don't forget it. But he's capable of going up big because he can pitch a lot of options to players. And I don't know how he'll do in this game, but those styles show you, as David Hood would say, there's not just one way to win in this game.
Absolutely. Liam, I think you've got a unique perspective on these standings. What is your take on the path to the top?
Well, I'd like to point out that should his last game have gone a little differently, this square would actually be Brandon's square right now, and I would have been the one playing in the game if you had been talking about me.
So coulda, woulda, shoulda.
I mean, staying on the Brandon topic, I really do love playing with Brandon, and I love watching him play. He has what I would call a bit of a unique play style. He has his moments of swinging for the fences and going for big, but he can do it in a way that's maybe a little bit more methodical and maybe a little bit more under notice sometimes, that he's doing it, where you look at it from the outside perspective and you see your voice in your head is screaming, don't let him do it, what are they letting him do? But on the board it's hard to see, and so that's something I do really appreciate about Brandon's game, and definitely makes for good broadcast.
Well, that wraps up our opening coverage. That means it is time for us to transition over to our 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League showcase. But before we go there, I'd just like to remind everybody to like the video, subscribe to the channel. Doing all of this helps tell YouTube that you're enjoying the content and can help recommend the game to others. Several of our engaged community members discovered this game through watching DBN broadcasts, and it's been a great way to help share and spread the hobby, and that's one of the main missions of this channel. So liking and subscribing would be very much appreciated by all of us. Thank you. All right, let's transition over and start our rookie showcase. All right, I'd like to welcome everyone to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network's coverage of the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League Rookie Showcase. I'm your host tonight, Brian Pravel, and I'm joined in the virtual studio by your analysts, Liam and Ed. And new players are the lifeblood of the diplomacy hobby. Each year, Virtual Diplomacy League plays an exhibition game to give players who played their first Virtual Diplomacy League games in the 2022 season a chance to shine while the top 7 players are otherwise occupied. I think the phrase is, when the cat is away, the mice will play. Last year's Rookie Showcase featured 2 up-and-coming players you might have heard of. Robert Schupa, who's currently ranked 13th in the DBNI and is helping on our show tonight, and Christopher Ward, who's currently ranked 11th in the DBNI and is also helping on the sideline tonight. So it has been, I think, every single rookie game that we've had, we've seen players that play in that game go on to do big things in the hobby. So keep your eyes open for these players and keep the people to watch for next season. So here are the participants of the 2023 Rookie Showcase. Liam, would you mind introducing these players?
Yeah, definitely. So as we'll see at the top, we do have notable hobby rookie Christian Brown, who I believe had kindly volunteered to step in to make 7 after I think it was, unfortunately, Jason Bennett had to step out, who would have been in that spot. Going down the list, I believe there was one other who was go down the list to the other non-rookie is Ron Ovesky, I believe, is the other, or sorry, Ronnie is the other not so new rookie who has stepped up to help fill out the board so that the others can get a chance to show. So now that the more experienced are out of the way, our 5 rookies that are being showcased here, Matthew, Rano, Cody, and Jonas. I
apologize. Looks like I get some bad info and passed it along to the rest of the team. So mea culpa on my part. It looks like Jason did play, so that's fantastic.
Oh, that's great to hear, Christian. Thanks for stepping up if you needed to, but glad you got the night off. And then the last name was David Graff, who I don't believe it looks like has played in this league, but at least this season, if that's where the stats are coming from, but has been around before.
Ronnie played in the last rookie game, so he will be the true veteran. Everyone else on the team is a true rookie, with, of course, David being this is David's first game with the Virtual Diplomacy League. So welcome, David, and what do you say we get to seeing some of these games? All right, so first up, let's go ahead and Liam, I'm going to have you start out with play-by-play, and Ed will provide color, and then we're going to alternate every other year. So you'll be primary for this season. Spring 1901, go ahead and take us away.
The first thing that jumps out to me is that DMZ in the black. The first thing that I see is the combination of that DMZ with the Moscow Army going north could mean some strong RT right out of the gate for us. Elsewhere on the board, The other thing that stands out right in the center of the board is that the move by the Italian player up to Tyrolia, followed by the army from Rome to Venice. So it could be some very interesting plays to watch there between the Italian and the Austrian. Otherwise, the West looks as about what you'd expect a West to look like on a top board. Very probably non-committal always. So the East to me right now is the most exciting place to, maybe not to be, but to look at.
As David Hood used to say, going to Burgundy from Paris with support used to be a thing in the hobby. I don't care about this at all if I'm Germany. And I don't know if the German player will care about this here. He might, given that there's an army in Tyrolia now and an army in Venice. That's a little, dangerous when you play Germany. Just the quick color comment is, Brian, I know you yourself are a hobby historian and enjoy the works of Richard Sharp, whose material I think is indispensable, if somewhat a little outdated in parts. But one of the things Richard Sharp observed is, like Wesley Snipes said at one point, always bet on black. Always go to the black. Like always, because you can't know enough to know that the person next to you is going to do this.
Yeah, I think David Hood would say there's no such thing as always in diplomacy, but I actually disagree in this case. I am one in the always go to Black Sea school as well.
The last thing before we move to the next season I wanted to point out is, because of the Russian move north, that necessitated that the Russian attempt to DMC in Galicia, which in this case the Austrian was happy to oblige to. So with that fleet in Romania, the Austrian and Russia Russia's got choices, I think is where I want to put it up before we see these moves. And it looks like...
So I don't know. Am I play-by-play and fall, Brian?
Sure, go for it.
Okay, so Russia here, I think this is really interesting what's happening. Russia goes to the black, clearly gained trust of Turkey. That's good. I mean, so if Russia thought that through, fantastic. And gets Romania, gets Sweden. So Russia's looking good. This is really good for Rauno. The Italian attack on Serbia, quite interesting. But what I like here is that Austria enlisted Turkish support into Greece, because that was a real question with an Italian fleet in the Ionian, because Italy was launching this attack. Now, the thing about the East is, usually when you see this attack on Austria by Italy in 1901 or 1902, that induces an RT and puts an RT on an overdrive. But if this is a stab with Romania going to the Black Sea, that might not happen. So very, very curious, and it may be some sort of AT thing. Turkey moves to Syria. I don't think Turkey should have done that in light of the fact that it did not look like there was a Lepanto going with the double army move north. Jason, I think you're a little overly paranoid. And then convoy into Norway to respond to the northern attack, which I think is proper. France is looking good with 2 builds, and I assume the bounce in Belgium was arranged. That's what I think.
No, I think that we're starting to see where the benefit and the detriment of having choice is about to kick in. Looking in the East, a lot of players have a lot of options now, particularly between Russia, Turkey, and Austria. My prediction here is we're going to see the French players look at what the Italians done for themselves and say good luck and head north. That's my prediction here. You can cause chaos over there. That'll give me time to work on the English. But that's my guess. See.
So Liam, if they're building, or I'm sorry, if the plan is to go north, what are the French builds?
You love to see two fleets, but we're going to see a fleet in Brest and an army in Paris. Is my guess. Could be wrong.
All right, Ed, does that set of builds speak going north to you for France?
Well, could be a tricky way of going north if you were going to do it. It gives France a lot of options, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if the best way to play this game is to have options. So I don't disagree with those builds. I don't like to telegraph stabs in the winter. So, maybe. The two Austrian armies are expected. The fleet north coast so early tells me Russia is pretty secure in their position. And there is obviously EF cooperation here. I'm glad Germany built a fleet. And I think Turkey also needed to build a fleet, but Turkey's looking pretty vulnerable. So who knows?
As you say, Ed, Turkey was looking a little vulnerable. So unless this is some potential way to get that fleet out of the Black Sea and into the Mediterranean, but it's looking a little. Everybody's looking a little cagey between the three of those players: Austria, Turkey, Russia. With the Austrian at least keeping the Italian out of the Ionian, and making sure that Turkey held on to Bulgaria. So we could see some things shaking up there in the fall, and it does look like the Italian has at least told the Austrian that I'll get out of your hair. France built in Marseille. I'm going to go that way instead. The Austrian said, thanks. I'm going to follow you just in case. And it does look like the Russian, with purely under his own volition, has moved into the north. Whether that was looks like some German cooperation there by tapping the North Sea, and it looks like Germany's taking advantage of the French position at the moment to grab Belgium for themselves and get their Kiel fleet out to touch the North Sea. And it does look like at least France giving themselves options with those fleet and unit rearrangements down there on the peninsula. So again, giving themselves options. They could go into the Med, they could go up. So I'd be curious to see where that turns here in the fall.
Really enjoying the West. Germany has a friend in Russia. Obviously, that move to the North Sea could have cut support for Norway. That would have otherwise, had England been going to support Norway. Germany attacks Belgium and takes Belgium. France is at war with Germany. There's no question about that. Germany is also at war with England. Maybe not the best, but with Russian help. Russia and Rauno has set this up really, really well. I have a hard time believing that Order to Khan was in anything other than a stab, but if you start looking, Austria is helping Turkey, supported Bulgaria, moved Aegean to Ionian. So is this a rat? I don't think, maybe. We'll see right now because they can push a Greece, the Aegean or East, or they can push Aegean into Ionian, and Khan can go to Aegean. So it very well may be a rat, or Ronnie might be in Bulgaria. Rauno might be in Bulgaria in a second. One or the other.
And one of the storylines here is Jason Bennett just narrowly missed being on the top board. Really came down to pretty much the last turn of the final game of the season to determine whether or not he would be playing on the top board or in the rookie showcase. So I'm curious whether or not this is an instance where they are trying to pass that through, or it could be an instance where maybe he's seen as the threat on this board and the rest of the board is kind of responding. So.
I think you're on this one, Ed, so go for it.
So it is a rat, at least for now. I think Jason's can count himself pretty lucky. I think Rauno's view of this is, hey, things are going really well for me in the north. So let's get some tempo. I can deal with Turkey later. Uh, Meanwhile, an attempted attack on Venice, which was doomed to fail because of support. So, but the big taking is the pass through, and Greece and the Ionian now sets up potential convoy onto the boot. We got issues if I'm Italy right now. Now, the other thing is, despite being at war with Germany over Belgium, France full-throated with Lyon, West, and Marseille, which he had to do because of the Italian army in Piedmont. And then as we look in the north, it's a standoff over the North Sea. If I'm reading the London subway arrows correctly, but England will be disbanding one. That is they lost the army. The army got piffed, so it'll be those three fleets. But England is going to be happy that France isn't piling on. The next year is critical.
I think you're right about Rano sort of feeling comfortable in every space that he's in at the moment. You'll note that he could have rearranged some of those orders up in the north to ensure Germany takes the North Sea, but he might be happy with slower progress from his partner. Or just maybe a little bit of maybe there is some insecurity that we're not seeing in terms and making sure he holds on to what he's got.
So, guys, does Germany build a fleet here? Because that to me is the question.
It's funny. I was going to say the question is what does Rano build? Funnily enough, if with the sort of non-attack that happened in France. I would suspect we see a fleet build from Germany. France is going down that way, going down into the Mediterranean. Not really working with the English, not working against them, but I think an army for Germany potentially might spook their Russian ally if there is no attack on France. So that would be my guess.
Man, it would be very tempting if I were sitting in this position as Russia to build an army in Warsaw.
I was thinking of a fleet in Sevastopol. If you're liking your Austrian ally, you've got a fleet in the Aegean. You can put a fleet in the Black Sea for free. The Turk wouldn't be able to do much against you. So if you were planning on it, there we go.
I think you should have built. If it was me, I would have built. If I was comfortable with Germany, I would have built North Coast again. I don't like the army, but we'll see how it goes.
I like the army a little better now. I think that was definitely a conservative build, which it looks like that was the correct build given these moves here. We can also see that the Russian helped the English, or at least offered support into the North Sea. So there might be some de-escalation there. Clearly a trust but verify. So I'd be curious to know what happened in those negotiations. Elsewhere on the board, the continued progress of the Rat. Russia is now in the Ionian because the Turks were able to walk into Tunis. With the French making more progress deeper into the Mediterranean, getting Tyrrhenian Sea, and the Austrian not being able to make any progress against the Italian until one of those fleets ends up in the Adriatic. Otherwise, it looks like between Germany and France, it's one of those. I'm not going anywhere. You're not going anywhere. There is some movement, which is the French player I'd like to see here. So we could see an FG starting to form. But I think right now neither of them have any friends other than each other. So hopefully that's where they're starting to see.
So I don't blame France for not moving with his armies because of the way the German units are selected. But I suspect now we are going to see strong FG cooperation. This is a response to the Rat. This is why Kiel is now in Baltic. This is why Ruhr moves back, setting up potential convoy to Prussia or Wallonia. And I think it's a real lack of imagination. Sorry, Matthew, because France and Germany are forced to help this rat, forced to fight the rat.
Yeah.
And the way you make yourself useful is to be part of that team, at least for now. And I understand the North Sea's there, and you're hyper concerned about that space, but you needed to move Edinburgh there, period. End of sentence as far as I'm concerned. And you are now on the late forming Western Triple team.
Brandon and I have gone back and forth with the design of this interface about whether or not the stacking of supports is, I find it visually distracting, but I will say in this case, I do kind of like that. I mean, I'm going to North Sea. It's moving there with emphasis. So,
well, he could have gotten Holland support.
Yeah. All right. Follow 3.
Oh my God. So, well, I'm not sure if this is anything other than just sort of an agreed hit on Burgundy. I'll support it. You know, you go there. We're still playing together. England gets the message and starts moving. It would have been better if, you know, the fleet had been in Skagerrak, but fine. Okay. Meanwhile, this is a risky issue for France, right? France takes Tunis, which was guaranteed, I guess, because of the Italian cut. But now you got a forward retreat by Jason into North Africa. And you always got to think about that. You know, Jonas, I don't know if you were thinking about that or not, and maybe you're okay with it. This forces a French fleet build. I think France now has to build in Brest a fleet. And you don't have an army. That Burgundy army is going to have to go to Gascony. I mean, a lot of things are going to have to happen now because of that. Or you know, something's got to move back. Meanwhile, in the east, you can see Russia responding to the potential convoy to Livonia or Prussia. And now with these fleets, Rauna's got a lot pressure now and can't hold all of that. There are too many fleets and not enough defending units. So this is a good, if cautious, response to the rat. That's all I've got.
You have to wonder if Russia believed England was going to join in a Western Triple or not here. Simply with the move to Warsaw may have been better served with the move to Moscow, simply so you have options to cover elsewhere. But it'll be interesting to see here how if I'm the rat right now, or any of the partners in the rat, you're wondering what value maybe you're getting. Austria hasn't seen any gains here. They must be getting maybe a little antsy to be sitting on only 5 this far into the game. So I'd be looking at the Balkans here to see. I think at the end of this year, one of those will be a different color.
This is a tip I have for. I'm sorry, Brian.
Go ahead.
This is a tip I have for the rookies, at least, which is the point of being a 3-way in the East is to get over the board as quickly as possible. That is the only value to doing this. Russia's, was doing it, but all these units locked in the Balkans, Budapest, Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, from alleged allies not getting up to the center or putting any pressure on the middle of Germany hurts tempo badly.
Yeah, it's if you do believe in the rat and you do believe this is what you're doing, which all of the other fleet moves pretty much tell you they do. The armies are saying another story here. So I think you're right, Ed. It just leaves room for people to get some ideas in their head. Whereas I think if one of the 3 of them is maybe able to better manage each other to try to disarm at least by 1 or 2 of those armies getting away from there, the opportunities would be more limited, and things might have shaken out differently. So let's see how this goes. We could all be wrong. They could be happy kumbaya at this point. So we'll see.
So we've got a fleet build in
Fleet
Marseille,
build.
which I understand the temptation, but I personally would have preferred Fleet Brest to protect Mid-Atlantic. We could potentially, not necessarily, we could potentially be looking at Turkey in Mid-Atlantic Ocean in 1904.
Well, I mean, look, it forces France to do a lot of things. Western Med has to go to Mid-Atlantic. Exactly here. Liam, I'm stepping on you.
No, go for it if you want to take this one.
Sure. I mean, Western Med, that fleet belt meant Western Med had to go to Mid-Atlantic. That's it also meant Tunis was lost, but Tunis is probably lost anyways.
Mm-hmm.
But, this rat is doing great, right? Because they've got into the Western Med with the Russian fleet. They've got Tunis back. So France is down one. France here had to react. Meanwhile, England takes Norway. That's great for the Western powers in the north. Denmark did not take Sweden, but if I can read correctly, they should be able to take Sweden in the fall. And now we're starting to see the pressure of the units on the middle of the board. I think it's a season. It's not optimal, but it had to happen. That Turkish army in Romania is a pass-through.
Yeah, I predict we're about to see that moving up into either Galicia or actually most likely Galicia. I think we can guarantee that if they do it. So, and it looks like the French have propped up Venice for now. I imagine that will last for at least one more season. But as soon as that Greek fleet gets pulled into the Ionian here, we might see some different stories. So I think the rat is keeping on here. The armies move up to the line, probably about a season later than they could have, maybe should have, but they're there now, quite successfully, I might add. They've been able to disentangle, and in fact, there is now a Russian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic Ocean. The southern coast, the Sevastopol Russian fleet is in the Mid-Atlantic from a Turkish fleet support in fall of 1904. So very fast progress in the Mediterranean. And you'll note that there are still 3 green dots. So they pretty much waved at David Graff as they went by on the boat and on to different shores now. Of note here, I would say that French actually gained the Ionian Sea with the Italian support. So the French are actually, splitting up your units like this. Maybe that's the unit you disband. I don't know maybe why you'd want to have to disband that one after being there, but and maybe that was an attempt to get the Rome fleet more out into the ocean. But I don't know if I'd want to be that disconnected from my home centers when things are not looking great. I don't know what value that would really add to the French player, other than just causing some chaos, which I'm always an advocate of. People will know. So in the north, it looks like and I think you were right, they were able to get Sweden. Germany gets Sweden. England will keep Norway, so England will have a build here. Meanwhile, elsewhere, I think that's about the only centers that are changing hands. Tunis, of course, going to the Turk, but otherwise, it's just in Scandinavia that they're changing hands.
So for me, this is why we have a rookie showcase. This is fantastic. I absolutely love that people are doing different things because A, it's fun to do different things. B, see what happens when people do different things. It is a wonderful thing to see a French fleet in the Ionian and a Russian fleet in the Mid-Atlantic, closer to St. Petersburg than to Sevastopol. By the way, I think Jason Bennett here is in a fantastic position, because of all of this. And that's the one to keep an eye out. Roni's got to go down too. This is awful, because he's just bearing up on Germany. He's got to get rid of Army Moscow for sure. I don't know what his second disband will be. I wouldn't want to disband any of them, to be honest with you. So I think Rat has the edge, despite the going down 2. And I think France, this is why you probably should have built Fleet Rest if you could have. England's got to build a fleet now. England's got issues if that Russian fleet cannot be disbanded by Rauno. But, where do you build? Because, something's going to be open. So probably Liverpool. North Sea's got to go to English Channel now. France isn't going to like that. It's a mess for the West,
Yeah,
except for the Russian.
Yeah, I want to give a shout out to David Graff too. I know I've been on the receiving end of a rat before as Italy, and it's very easy to become to lose your motivation. And he's clearly still playing this game, and that's really, really good to see from a new player for the league. All right, winter of 1904, we've got England building Fleet Liverpool and the rough disbands of St. Pete and Moscow. Liam, your take on these adjustments?
I actually, thinking about it, I don't hate the St. Petersburg disband. This could be an offering to England and saying, look, please just take it with the fleet. You can have it. It's yours. After that, let me help you against Germany. Look at where my fleets are. I can help you fight Germany. I can even help you fight France if you choose to. Please just don't go any further than that. And that could be a long-term strategy that we see unfold here, because England doesn't have any armies, and the German armies are preoccupied. So that could be something we see.
Ed, it is time for us to make our picks. You get to take one power and go win the board. Who's your pick? Who do you like?
It's really close. I'm going to go with Jason Bennett, but I think Roney is a very close second. And I'm not even sure, but I love the German. Even with 4 armies up against it, I think there's a lot of potential for Germany here.
Liam?
What was the year limit on this board, or time limit, or was there one?
Time limit is, I think, 7 hours. Typically, games will get between 19 and 11-ish.
Okay, the standard one. You know what? I'm actually going to make an underdog pick and pick Matthew's position in England. I actually think that he doesn't have currently a ton of problems. And I think that his neighbors all do, and they'll be a little more preoccupied. So he might be able to slip in under the radar. So that would be my pick at this point.
All right. Spring of 1905.
I'll take this.
Okay.
Oh, you go for it.
Go ahead. No, you go.
Okay. Well, we didn't see St. Petersburg changing hands at all, which is very strange. The 2 holds. I'm regretting my pick. The 2 holds for both Barents and the North Sea. I mean, at least self-bounce in Norway or something. It's just a little confusing for me. That was the first thing that stood out to me. Otherwise, I'm not sure. Did Tyrrhenian Sea support? What did Tyrrhenian Sea support there, Brian? West to Tunis?
Oh, wrong unit.
Supported west to Tunis. Well, not necessarily. So I think David was hoping for maybe a little bit of help there, which would have succeeded, interestingly enough. And it looks like the other move that I'm looking at is Galicia to Warsaw. Whether that, so far it looks like everybody on that rat is making agreed upon moves. So we'll have to see if it gets supported to Silesia here in the fall. It looks like otherwise that at the center of the board, a whole lot of holds. Nobody attacked anybody. Nobody wanted to go anywhere. France covering where they need to cover. Again, Russia holding. I think this being a spring move, really the story of this is everybody wants to see what's about to happen. Nobody was willing to do anything to disrupt the board state. I think is probably how I would sum this up.
I think that's right. everyone's like, guys, we don't want this game to lock in, and but I think that the issue, I think Rauno may have maybe outthought himself by not moving Mid-Atlantic, because I think maybe he lost a chance at Portugal. Although moving to Portugal, I could see why he wouldn't do that, because he would have lost it. But not moving to English Channel, so now there's no build thing. France is probably forced to move to Portugal and Spain from Western Med, so we'll see what happens now.
So fall of 1905, and I apologize if I missed this. What was your thoughts on Jason sitting in Warsaw?
I think right now the Rat has been making all the right moves together. They've clearly been able to separate. I think right now Jason might feel like he needs them for another season or two, but at this point I don't think he does. I think if he wanted to make a move, he could just hold in Warsaw. If he did get kicked out, he'd have a free retreat to Moscow, and I don't think Greece is going to get covered. So a convoy to Greece at this point would be probably at least move I would make in that situation.
The Delta variant would convoy to Greece.
100% it would convoy to Greece.
Liam would go to Greece. I think it was because they weren't sure if Silesia to Prussia was going to be successful, that this was arranged. And I'm not sure Jason wants to stab now, and I don't think he has to stab now.
No, I don't think he does either. I've played with Jason. He is a reliable player. He's a pretty calm, cool, collected is how I'd probably describe him. So I think that the stab is just more me wanting to see what I want to see as opposed to what I think we will see.
It's funny how being in the broadcast chair changes your perspective on these games.
Definitely.
Whoa.
That was a convoy from Smyrna to St. Petersburg. I feel like the game is about to draw, because that's the only way. That's the only way those moves make sense. I love this, see things like this. In fact, I will note that the Russian in the Mid-Atlantic aided this move. So, I mean, the game could end here. Again, if I was Jason, I'd say, look at my great position. I'm going to keep playing. But I think the only player who was not a part of that was, I think, the German. So I think here, otherwise, we'll notice that the German is covering all of the centers that could have been taken by one. So I think I think this is it. I think we'll get a draw vote after this.
I don't know. Like, I'm going to be optimistic and say the game doesn't end here. This would not be, in my mind, what the rookie should do. It tells me that Jason stabbed when he took Warsaw. That happened. And Rauno got mad. Everyone wants the Rat to break up. Someone came up with this crazy idea, and they went for it, which is a boon for my pick of Jason. But if it gets called, it would be a split top between Germany and Turkey.
Well, yeah. What are the scores looking like after the fall here? Those two players, or I think what you identified at the beginning, or when you were making your picks, is the two you were floating between. So it could be that that's where this game ends. This Turkish position, again, if this was me in that chair, why would I take this draw? But it could, if the rest of the board is saying this is it, you never want to be the 1 out of 6 out of the 7 players who wants to keep going. So
I think that it is likely for the past couple of turns they were setting up to make this particular convoy. I think that several of players in this game have gotten the enjoyment that they want out of it, and Jason will happily say, "Oh yeah, your secondary motivation of not winning is to help me pull off a crazy move like this." Sure, I'm in. I've never seen this successfully happen, particularly in a place like this. That was wild.
I've seen it, but not in 1905.
Yeah.
It took a village to make it happen. That's for sure. I think the only one was the German who was not involved in that convoy spread. So.
All right. Well, I think the main question here is, does the game continue? Take your prediction, Ed.
I don't know, maybe not. It explains why Barents didn't go to St. Petersburg in fall 1905, but I don't want to see it. I don't want to see it.
If it was going to continue, I actually think we would have seen 2 army builds from Jason. Personally, I think if it was going to continue. So I think this is it.
That is the end of the game. So congratulations to Jason for convincing the rest of the board to pull off that stunt, and to the rest of the board for creating a really fun exhibition game for us. This game does not count towards any league scores. It's just a group of players having a good time, putting on a show, and that was a lot of fun. So thank you.
What I will say is, if that was Christian Brown instead of Jason in that spot, Ed, I don't know if we would have had the multinational support that we saw here.
No, every order would have been a convoy except for one fleet that Jason would have moved somewhere else to take its center.
Ed, closing thoughts on this?
That Christian would have moved.
Yeah.
The point of the game is to have fun.
Yes.
Yeah.
You play games to have fun. They had fun, no gripes.
David, have you ever seen a game quite like that? And B, get your thoughts.
Not exactly like that, but let me make the traditional old man in diplomacy comment, which is a convoy from Smyrna, or actually Syria, to St. Peter, or vice versa, is a traditional thing in the hobby. It was done when you had a 17-17 draw, and you were showing that you owned the board, and the two of you could do anything the hell you wanted. And one of the things you would do was set up that convoy to show we are doing a 17-17, stick it, other 5. The fact that you're doing it for fun, I mean, it's a game for fun. And if they were having fun, my guess is that it was diplomatically sort of locked up and they weren't having any more fun. So they thought, well, let's just do this goofy convoy. They'll enjoy it on DBN, and then we'll move on to the main event.
And we did. So thank you to all of the players, and thank you, Liam, for, I believe, your first coverage. Well done.
Thanks, Ryan. Like father, like son, I always say.
My son made his debut on the show, and he did a wonderful job. Son, you've made me proud.
Thanks, Dad.
Way to go, Liam.
Thanks, Dad.
All right. Well, with that, let's go ahead and transition over to the game we're all here for, the Virtual Diplomacy Championship. Go ahead and get that set up. While I'm doing that, Liam, Ed, you both played in the Virtual Diplomacy League this year. Can you just kind of talk us through player experience? What was the league like? And maybe even plug the league for any players that might be interested.
Yeah, I think I had a handful more games than Ed this season, but I know we've had a few in the past in previous seasons. The VDL is a lot of fun. It's one of those events. It comes around once a month, one weekend every month, and it's nice that if you're in a diplomacy mood that month, you can play a couple of games. If you need to take a few months off, you can. You can come back to it, pick it right back up. It's a really flexible league. Zach does a fantastic job of organizing and setting up. And I can't share any details. I don't know a lot of details, but I do know there's some fun, exciting plans for next season. So if you didn't get a chance to play, or if you played a lot and maybe you're feeling a little tired, don't worry about it. There will be a new season coming in March, and there will be some new alterations to the league. So lots to look forward to.
So VDL, John Anderson, mysterious John Anderson, who played a lot early in this season and then sort of abandoned it for life, probably, and raising his family and doing his work.
Campaign.
Yeah, He encouraged me to do VDL in 2020, in August of 2020, and said, it's a lot of fun. It's low stakes. And he was right. And I tell everybody, and I hope people who may stumble upon this clip from anywhere in the world, that it is a gateway drug. If you're worried about some shark, if you're worried about, there are some sharks in the VDL, but there are a lot of people all just looking to have a good time, like we just saw in the last game, playing the game of diplomacy. And you can see that it's not tough, that you can have a good time. And the other thing is, it's so frequent. Okay, you have a bad game, you can come back next month and have a good game. And it's an easy way to learn. So I would encourage anyone who is afraid, right, because we're commentators or there are people there, like, trust me, if I can play with these people, you can play with these people and have a lot of fun.
Well, let's go ahead and transition over to that game. Here we go. Gentlemen, this is it. We've made it through the entire 2022 Virtual Diplomacy League regular season, and we are down to the final game. For those of you just joining, I'm Brian. I'm joined in the booth by Liam, Ed, and David, who will be providing analysis for the pregame. And then Ed and David will cover the championship game commentary. A couple things to help set up this game. This is the final game of the season. Players played from March of 2022 through December of 2022, playing monthly games and scores throughout the season, and the top 7 players qualify for the championship game. The winner of this game will become the Virtual Diplomacy League champion for the 2022-23 season. Some other things that are important for this board is the scores on this board will impact final league standings. Some top boards, that's not the case. It's winner takes all, nothing else really matters. In the Virtual Diplomacy League, the winner of this game will win regardless of where their place was going into the game. But every other player, the points from this game will add to their existing scores and result in who comes in 2nd through 7th place. This is a time-limited game. No year can begin after 6.5 hours after the game begins, which usually leads to a game ending somewhere in the neighborhood of 1909 to 1910. Players can draw. Games will play to that time limit. Because the scores are added, this will have a league impact. And that's also important for any players that are competing for the Diplomacy Broadcast Network Invitational game. The champion will automatically qualify, but as the largest virtual league, the amount of points that players can win for coming in 2nd, 3rd, in some cases 4th, can be pretty significant for qualification. And we've got a few players that are right on the edge of qualifying for the DBNI, so that is something else to keep in mind when you're watching this game. I believe this is the very last game of the DBNI season, so players could be playing for that result in addition to the result of this game. We're going to go ahead and take a look now at the Paris method. David, would you mind kind of explaining what the Paris method is from a high level?
It is a system by which you pick which power you're going to play. That is the point of it, as opposed to doing it randomly like we saw in the French language championship that DBN showed earlier today, which was done randomly. In the Paris method, instead, you have a place coming into it, which is essentially how you did in the regular season, setting your place between 1 and 7. The first thing that happens is that going in reverse order, people decide which place they want to pick their power. What that means is the people who did better during the regular season can, if they want, decide if they want to go before or after certain other players that had to pick their spots earlier. So the goal here is to decide between two things. Do I want to have an early chance at the power selection I want, or do I want to have a chance to see what other people do and then pick a power away from or next to somebody in particular? So those are the competing strategies going on here. There's 2 steps in it. As I said, the first is determining the place that you're going to pick your country, and then the second one is picking the country itself.
And we had several of our DBN analysts catch up with our players before the game. A lot of times in the past, we've done this immediately following coverage, but we did these interviews before the game started. We're going to go ahead and hear what their strategies were going into the Paris method now.
As for preparation, I think this is all I have to say. I'm going to be playing Turkey, and I fully expect it. I've been preparing for it for about a month.
I'll actually give you a very straight answer here. Definitely. I really like Turkey on this board. If McCallus gets Italy, Turkey is 100% the place you want to be. Both McCallus and I have shared a long love for the IT Alliance. I think it's the strongest alliance in the game. I would say, I talked about the RA Alliance before. In my opinion, that's the second best, alliance after the IT. And it's funny that people prefer to go AI versus RT when those two, in my opinion, are better than both. But I really like the IT. If I could get one go from McCallus, I think that would be really, really good for the both of us. I would be behind him in that case, which I think is a good place to be. I think if I got Turkey, I would definitely try to empower whoever gets France on the board. So, that way it would keep McCallus in check a little bit, give somewhere for McCallus to go. And I think if I can get out of the box as Turkey, people will be so busy and so frustrated with other people that if I wait long enough, that I will have a path to victory created for myself. So I'm definitely very much looking forward to getting Turkey if given the chance.
So the secret to my diplomacy tournaments, my games, is that I never prepare. I never do research. I never read theory. I never look at previous games. I honestly, people talk to me about oh, this game where this and this happened. And I'm just like, I don't remember that. I really don't. If somebody stabbed me, the nice thing is I'm not going to remember that they stabbed me, so it's not going to color my impression of them later on. But they'll come to me like, "Oh, you did this terrible thing to me," and I'm like, "I honestly don't remember that. I'm really sorry." Because once I finished a game, unless something super dramatic happened, I really couldn't tell you I can't tell you what country I was playing. I can't tell you who was on the board, and I can't tell you what happened. I have no idea. I honestly didn't know I did ATs in the VDL until you just told me that. I just don't know. So I go into every single game kind of tabula rasa, and I play that game, so.
I think my 2 previous top board appearances, I've played Italy, I've played Russia. So I've never really been a Western power. So if there's one of them available, I may go for particularly England or France, maybe not so much Germany. Just to try and see if that's a bit of a different perspective. I mean, Nicolas played France last year as top seed, and he did an incredible job. And maybe if I'm France, I could do the same thing, or maybe if I'm England, I could capitalize on some fear on that.
My strategy this time is probably not to drop down. I think I'm definitely don't want to be right next to Nicolas. I think he and I have had a bit of trouble getting along in these sort of high stakes situations, and I think it's best if we're on opposite sides of the board. So I probably will stick with number 3 and just look to be on the opposite side of the board from Nicolas.
Okay, assuming he picks in the West, what are you looking for in the East then?
Yeah, so I'm assuming Nicolas is going to stay at first and take France. I'll probably take Russia in that case, and unless Timothy beats me to it. Although I'd be a little surprised if Tim takes Russia. I would expect to see him in either England or Italy. You know, in the East, I think it's going to end up with some combination of me and Farron and Michalis in Austria, Italy, and Germany and Russia. And I'm just going to be looking for somebody who wants to play ball. You know, especially on top boards, the early part of the game is about making sure that you're not you're not the one in a 2 or 3 against 1. And so I will definitely be looking to just make it through the early years.
I think I may try to drop down because I'm comfortable playing probably 4 of the 7 powers. So I got a little leeway where I can go to, and the side of the board really doesn't matter to me. I know all the players. I think I've played with all of them at least once. I think my strategy is to keep Karthik and Farron away from each other because they beat me up pretty bad in DBNI one year. I was like, ooh, I don't want to see a repeat of that. Yeah. So I was going to say, chances are pretty good they're going to be on the east side of the board, picking down so far. So maybe I keep myself on the west side. I don't know. But I mean, I've worked with them both. But if I can keep them separated, maybe that'll give me a better chance. I don't know. That was my initial thought when I saw Karthik mic drop the last day and get himself into the top 7.
In terms of fatigue, like I hope I can rest a bit before the game. That's for sure, and that's also, you know, factoring in my decision, because one of the strategy, and I know it's not going to be broadcasted before the game, so I can tell it to you right now, but I'm considering taking Austria just because it's basically a boom or bust country, and so if I can rush and be very big, very fast, that can be a short win. And if I rush and I fail, this can be a very short game too. So that's factoring in my decision. I still hesitate between 2 things, which is one, I pick first, I pick France, and I say, let's try to go for it. Anyway, I have a target on my back. So let's make sure that I have a safe country to play with. Or I try to tell myself I can't really decide between France, Germany, Italy, and Austria, which are the countries I would hesitate between. And I just go backwards to the 4th or 5th place and see if there is which one of those countries is remaining. So I still don't know which one of the 2 I'm going to select. Honestly, like the thing with the target, what's kind of funny is that I think people even on the broadcast have been like making sure that everybody sees the target, you know, spilling oil around me already. And like if I play France, I think I make the target bigger. On the other hand, if I can steal a match from those people and set the world on fire, then that could be a fun game too. So let's see what happens.
Good Lord. This could go anyway. This could go any of a number of directions. That's actually a pleasant surprise.
That is fantastic. Thanks again to all of those helping with the interviews and the players for providing what I feel like are a little more honest thoughts than we've had in some previous videos. Very appreciated. Liam, I'm going to go to you first. What surprised you most about what you heard?
I don't know if it actually surprised me what Nicholas said too much. He's clearly very confident and is able to play anywhere on the board. I think that his, you know, I've been branded myself as a bit of a chaos agent. Totally not true, false DBN propaganda. But I love to see somebody who is willing to maybe throw a wrench into everybody's plans, and really out of that, that might actually make Farron Jane's plan to not plan quite successful. If, as everybody would predict, Nicola would end up in France, and they've done a lot of their game planning based off of that whereas that doesn't affect Farron. So that's at least what I would note.
And you have a lot of experience playing top boards, I believe 5 or 6. What did anything seem different to you about what you just heard compared to some of the experiences you've had?
No, but look, a couple of things. One, I am a fan of Farron's game, except when I'm playing against her. And I know for a fact this is untrue, that she doesn't research everything. She is the one who showed me that you can go to Diplomacy Broadcast Network website, diplobn.com, and research how you did versus every player. She looks at that stuff constantly. Totally not buying that. The other thing that was a big surprise to me was Brandon saying he's worried about Nicola and he wanted to be on the other side of the board. Tim saying he wanted to be on the other side of the board, not because of Nicola, but because of Karthik and Farron, which I would be concerned about because they have a history of working together. But Karthik says he's going to work with McCallus. I don't know how it's going to go. They were fantastic interviews. I want to make a bet, but I'm scared to. Nicola has to pick France. If he does not pick France, he's gone. Okay? And I don't, it's not that we were planting a target on him because all of these players are really good. Karthik, this is his 3rd time in VDL. There are 4 returning players from last year's incredible game. But he won his France last year. He should definitely pick France. It would be crazy to do anything less than that. I view him to be a very logical player. He's going to pick France.
I hope he picks Austria. I hope he picks Austria. I think that would be awesome. And I think it would just goes to show you that, I would just pull a thing out of a box. It shouldn't matter which country you frickin' play. They're all fine. Go play.
Doug Moore says on a top board, I'm not saying that you're not Doug Moore, but he says if you're picking first on a top board, pick France. Don't make any other pick.
It's hard to argue against that. I'm just saying for the sheer fun of upending everyone else's plans, that would be awesome.
All right. Well,
but the idea, I just want to say one thing, Brian. I know I'm long-winded, but look, you cannot, and I've done this and failed. You cannot play a top board because you're afraid of someone else or what they might do. Now, picking the whole point of the power selection is you can pick where you think you have the best chance, but don't pick out of fear.
All right. Well, let's get to our power selection, and then we'll see how it goes. I have no idea what is going to happen. I cannot wait.
Well, hello and welcome to the 2022-23 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship game. Congratulations to the top 7, Nicolas Taillet, Timothy Crosby, Brandon Fogel, Michalis Kamaritis, Farron Jane, Karthik Kanad, and Bradley Grace on your qualification. We are going to hop into the Paris method for power selection, starting backwards in order of seed. Players are going to put their name on the list and then jump around as they see fit. Then we'll circle back and choose our powers. So, Bradley, I'm going to start with giving you the dignity. Where would you like to pick?
I'd like to pick first, please.
Bradley, first. This could be a big shock if he holds. Let's see. Karthik?
I want to take first, actually.
Oh.
It appears Karthik will be first. Farron?
I'm going to pick 5th.
Michalis, this is off. Karthik's first in line here. Farron's in the middle. Bradley's in last. And
No, I'm sorry. I want to be first. Is what I meant. I want to be first.
Is that what you meant? Okay.
She said 5th.
I mean,
yeah, just ahead of them.
I said 5th because I'm going to pick 5th, but I want to pick first.
I'll go ahead of Farron.
Lining up, Brandon.
I'm going to be boring today. Go third. Or before McCallus, I should say.
Crosby?
I'm going to pick ahead of Farron.
First deviation. And Nicolas Taillet.
I'm going to pick first.
Right back to you then, Nicolas.
I'm going to pick France.
Brandon.
I'm going to take Russia.
Oh.
Russia to Brandon, and we go to McCallus.
England.
Timothy.
Germany.
Baron Jane.
Turkey.
Turkey for Farron. Kartik.
Italy.
Bradley Grace, you want to say it?
I'll be Austria. Oh,
That is wonderful for you. Well, it is Nicola in France, Brandon Russia, McCallus England, Tim in Germany, Farron Turkey, Kartik Italy, Bradley Austria. Congrats to the 7 of you for qualifying to this top board. And we will head on over and begin this game right now. Back to the studio.
The stage has been set. We've got a powers have been selected. David, I'm going to go to you. Any surprises or storylines that you noticed from that?
Well, obviously, the big news here is Farron taking Turkey in that position. I'm assuming, knowing that she wanted to be next to Brandon's Russia, maybe was the theory. Or maybe she was just doing something different. Whatever it is, Brandon had already said he was going to pick Russia, or that would be a little bit of a surprise. We don't often see. I've seen Russia pick second before, but not real often. So that was probably a little surprise. McCullough got exactly what he wanted, which is to play England. But I think Farron's choice is the interesting one, isn't it?
The news of that was Tim moving down, which I think may have been helpful to Tim, because even though he said he wanted to break up Farron and Karthik, he was able to see how the pieces laid, and I think he thought, I've got good relationships with either McCallus or Nicola, I don't know, and that's why he did that. And so I think that was a wise move, not for the tiebreaker reason, but just for the idea of getting a lay of the board a bit. The other thing is, I am not surprised by Farron playing Turkey, because I would encourage people to go, as I did today, and look at Farron's results as Turkey. And Turkey, which are superior. And Turkey on a top board, I know is often 7th, but has a real chance. So I like that pick from Farron. In my pregame prediction, I thought she would pick Germany or Turkey, and she picked Turkey. And so I thought it was really interesting selection, power selection. I can't wait to see both theaters. Karthik does not play Italy super well, although he would tell you he plays a great Italy. He doesn't, because he is a tempo guy, and it requires him to be so much more patient. But he did not want to be Austria, and that's why he did not do, even though he plays a really great Austria. But with these people, he picked the people where he wanted to be.
I do have to wonder if perhaps some of the knowledge of Karthik's preferred alliances played into Farron's choice. If it is going to be an IT, I'd probably rather be the T. You have the corner, you're behind your ally. And so I wonder if that played into that factor, knowing that Karthik wouldn't have taken Austria if when she took Turkey. So that'll be interesting. Nicola and Brandon, I think that's how Brandon envisioned his game setting up. That's who he clearly views as his threat on this board. I think that normally when Russia does good, France does good, and vice versa. So we'll have to see if they're able to either help each other through different means, or if it will be a mudslinging from across the map type of event. I think our sideline reporters should hopefully help uncover the truth, as it were.
All right. Well, Liam, we are about to bid you farewell for the night. But before we do, I think it'd be fun to make some predictions. So I'm going to let you make the first pick. Who do you like to win this game?
I'll make two if I can, or the two versions of me. My heart will be with Brandon. That's supposed to be my seat. That's supposed to be me there. He took it from me, so my heart is going to be with Brandon in this game. In terms of looking at who I think is going to win this game, I'm actually going to give it to Tim Crosby. He seemed very confident in where he was going to be. I like him in Germany. I think that because Nicola will have a bit of a target on his back in France, that he might get off to some early gains with McCullough. So that's where I would, or the logical version of me puts my vote.
Ed, who's your pick?
Well, say a few things. I think the winner will be either England or Turkey on this board. I don't think Nicola wants to deal with McCallus on a top board. McCallus is Nicola may be, according to Brandon, the best, virtual player right now, but no one thinks outside the box and is more crafty than McCallus Kemeritis. He soloed his England last year at VDL. He is an incredibly good player. In the East, I think Farron. I'm a little worried for Bradley, who, by the way, is an amazing player. Him and Tim haven't really gotten a lot of the publicity going into this round because of their lack of experience. But if you are not watching Bradley Grace's games, like, this guy is like Clubber Lang and Rocky III. Okay, he is going to come up and knock people out, really quickly. He soloed in 1904 at a game I watched on Olympus, and I don't think it's going to be his day. I think Carthag's going to pitch, Lepanto and cuts him and cuts Bradley in Serbia, works with Farron and takes Greece. And I think we're going to see an IT with a lot of tempo by two players play a lot together.
David.
I will put my heart and head with Brandon, to be honest. I agree with the concept of McCarless being a very crafty player. I think Brandon is an incredibly crafty player, and particularly in a top board situation. Doesn't always work out for him, but he's always got a good plan. So I pity the fool that did not pick Brandon Fogel.
God,
none of us have picked Nicola, which is a little bit silly in some ways because he probably is the odds-on favorite as France. But I think it would just be boring to pick Nicola to repeat, so I ain't going to do it. And that's why I'm going with Brandon for my heart, but also with my head.
My heart goes to Farron. 9th top board. 9th. Okay? That's my heart. My head, maybe 2. Actually,
and I'm picking Farron for that reason. I mean, 9 top boards, tons of experience, and Farron is a player that knows exactly what you need to win, whatever it is, like the perfect amount. And the only other player that I've seen have that level of precision in the game of diplomacy is Nicolas Sahuguet, who is now a multi-time world champion. Just saw him win on the French virtual championship. I feel like they're cut from similar cloth, and I have such tremendous respect for them both. It's been difficult for Farron in top boards. I think that it is a different kind of game, but I feel like we've seen an evolution from Farron this season, and I think it's her time.
And
I would encourage people.
Nobody can swipe Paris from her on this particular board.
Just you watch.
I tell you what, it's hard
just
to
you
swipe.
watch.
It's hard to swipe anything, but go look at the VWDC Summer Classic broadcast that we did where Farron played Turkey on the top board to Katie's Russia. Farron should have been eliminated. There is zero reason she was down to 2 that she should have survived. And we're going to talk about how survival is important. She survived. She didn't win that game, but it was pretty amazing what she did. So I think she knows how to play Turkey.
All right, and for those of you joining us in Dip Chat, this is your time. Go ahead and get those predictions in now so you can laugh whenever the rest of us analysts get it wrong. And with that, Liam, thank you so much for joining us tonight. It was a pleasure.
Thanks, Brian. Thanks for having me. A lot of fun. Hope to be back soon one day, although Ed's advice is stick to playing the game. So.
All right. Have a good one, and I look forward to seeing you at Cascadia.
Thanks. Yeah, I'll see you there, Brian.
And with that, let's go ahead and transition to our broadcast. So for the 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League Championship, Virtual Diplomacy Championship game number 3, we have the following players. In first place, Nicolas Taillet. In second, Tim Crosby, who will be, Nicolas is playing France. Tim Crosby will be playing Germany. In Russia, we have Brandon Fogel. Michalis Kamaridis is playing England. Farron Jane will be playing Turkey. Karthik Konath will be playing Italy, and Bradley Grace will be playing Austria. Let's take a quick look at the statistics of these players. Total number of boards played is about average for players scoring in the top half of the statistics this season. A couple have played a little bit more, Tim Crosby notably. But as we mentioned earlier, the standout thing for me is the eliminations within our top 5. Not a single elimination for any of those players. And then another thing I'd like to point out is Bradley Grace. Bradley is a rookie and comes in with a 42% top share over 6 games. That's extremely high for a rookie. And is last year, Nicolas won as a rookie. And I know we didn't give a lot of chances to Bradley in our picks, but that could be something to keep an eye on. These other players have played a lot of games with each other, and sometimes in a top board situation, if emotions get high enough, it's not a matter of who's playing the best. It's, well, I don't want that guy to win, and sometimes that can advantage a rookie. So keep your eye out there. And then the final thing I'll say on these players, Tim Crosby has had one hell of a season this year in the Diplomacy Broadcast Network games, winning Tour of Britain, coming in second place in the regular season for the Virtual Diplomacy League Championship, is absolutely one of the best players in the game. And I didn't hear Tim getting a lot of love too. There's really not a weak player on this board. Okay, let's get to it. I'm going to have you alternate by season for play-by-play. And David, I'm going to have you start. Let's go ahead and begin our coverage of Virtual Diplomacy League Championship Game 3.
All right, we got the Armenian fist bump is the first thing that I've noticed. The sort of up-and-coming RT opening. And we have the, hey, man, can I borrow Trieste and or maybe Budapest opening from the Italians. We got one of my favorite French openings, putting 2 armies on Belgium, which I like. Forget about Iberia. You can get it whenever. Otherwise, sort of standard openings here.
Nothing surprises me except for this cooperation between Brandon and Farron, I think, is critical at this point. I said I'm a little concerned about the black, but it's fine under this circumstance. It is set up perfectly for what I thought might happen, where if we're going to find out if there's an IT pretty quick on this next move, because Karthik set it up if he wants to do it this way.
Yep, that's exactly what they did. Convoy to Greece.
Yeah.
That's the IT move.
This is, if you follow Karthik, this is what Karthik is really the one I'm going to credit him. It's not that he invented it, but he broke the anti-Turkey meta that was going on in virtual. He was the very first one to do this exact thing. And I know he likes his play, so this is not shocking to me at all. That's why I mentioned it beforehand. I'm very worried for Bradley. But I think with Brandon going to the Black Sea now, which I think was the right move, Brandon is going to have to help him. And I think it'll be in Brandon's interest at this point.
You know, if you're going to do an early IT, and IT usually doesn't happen in the very beginning of the game. It usually takes a few moves for that to make sense, unless you do something like this. Do you not go to the Black Sea and keep the Russians out? I mean, what's Aegean doing? What's Aegean going to do for you here?
Oh, I think Farron got cute with it, right? I think she didn't want to lie to Brandon, and said, "This is what I'm doing," and But you're right. She laid down that surprise. That would be a devastating move had she gone to black, because it means Russia can't build in Sevastopol. But maybe she thought Brandon wasn't going there.
Maybe this is an RT. Perfectly fine for an RT to encourage Italy to attack Austria. That's traditional RT play, actually.
Well, true. Correct. As always, David, Farron holds the cards. Who's Farron with?
So winner of 1901, we've got a couple of adjustments. The one that's always the most interesting to me in 1901 are the Russian adjustments. We've seen a recent shift to kind of prioritizing Scandinavia as Russia within the past few months. Ed, are we going to see that trend here?
I think Brandon will build Army St. Petersburg. Well, maybe he builds Army Moscow or Sev. I don't know if he builds in St. Petersburg. He probably wants to keep relations okay with McAllis, in some degree. So Army Moscow, Army Sev.
All right. And David, predictions for the French adjustments.
France is going to build an army and a fleet, because Nicolas knows that that's what you always do with France, unless the very, very, very limited circumstances you would build two fleets. And so they're going to build an army and a fleet, and I think it's going to be Fleet Marseille and Army Paris, but he's not doing it because he's going after Carthage. He's just going to play passively. That would be my guess. We didn't actually talk about the fact that he took Belgium. So we'll see what all that means in the West, but I don't think he's going to build Fleet Brest. But to be honest, I would build Fleet Brest and just say, great, Italy's engaged. They've already committed. I don't have to worry about Italy now. I'm not going to try to take advantage of that. I'm going to try to dominate the West. And the way to do that is to take the English Channel. We'll see.
I don't know. Yeah, well, this is David's aggressive play, yes, which I don't think Nicola will do, but I think the curious build is England's. I guess Fleet Edinburgh is what McAllis will build, but we don't know what's happening in the West yet. So this is everything right now for that side of the board.
McCarlos, build Fleet London. Keep your options open. Come on.
So we are going to revisit that, and we'll come back to those predictions in a moment. Right now, we're going to catch up with a interview that Robert Schupa did with Bradley earlier.
I'm here with Bradley Grace, the number 7 seed who snuck into the tournament last minute in December on the last game day. Congratulations on making it, Bradley. Good to have you here. Tell us a little bit about you. Who are you? What do you do? And how did you get into the game of diplomacy?
Yeah, thank you, Robert. So I live in England. I work in an accountant's office, just number crunching all day. I got into diplomacy just randomly getting recommended a YouTube video. I saw it, I thought it was interesting, so I just searched more. And then maybe a month later, I decided, I'm going to give this a go. And a year and a half later, I'm on a top board for the VDL, so that's fun.
That's pretty fun, yeah. And actually, you made it on the very last game day. So when you signed up for the rounds before the December games, you didn't have a single board top to your name, if I recall it correctly. So what were your expectations when you started playing your first game of 2 in the morning on that December game day? Did you have any expectations of still having a shot of making it?
No, not at all. I think before that day, I'd played 6 virtual games and I had 1 shared board top. That was it. But I'd won a face-to-face event, so I decided I'm going to play in the DBNI. I've got to get as much virtual practice as possible. Let's just sign up for 2 rounds of the VDL and just go for it. I think I messaged Zach right before and said, I'm just going to go for a solo in both games and see what happens. And then it probably explains my aggressive play style on that day, and it somehow worked out. It helps when I've got a friend in Josh who decided to help me get on the top board in the last game, and I played Italy in the round before, which is a nation I'm pretty good at. So both circumstances, it just really worked out to where it was just easy for me to sort of take control of the circumstance and work towards the top. Yeah.
Amazing. That's actually a great story. So you didn't play in round 3, and there were still players like, I think, Jason Bennett, for example, who were very much still in the hunt for your place. So did you stay up all night and check? Did you check the standings, or did you wake up in the morning and first thing you got out your phone to see if you were on the top board or not? How was that?
Well, I kind of couldn't play 3 games in a row. That would have just been ridiculous. I decided that I was in, I believe, 6th at the time. I was like, there's not a high chance that 2 people are going to overtake me. And if they do, oh well, I wasn't expecting to be on the top board anyway. So I sort of I stayed up. I was half asleep because I just played 16 hours of diplomacy. And I got a message off Karthik who just said his game ended just randomly. I believe that's how I found out anyway. And I just sort of checked the game, worked out what score it was, and I was watching the broadcast and I fell asleep on the couch watching it. So I found out the next day that it was being confirmed, but I sort of knew I was on the top board anyway.
Bradley Grace, ladies and gentlemen, so excited to be on the top board that he fell asleep.
It was about 20 hours. Come on.
I understand. I totally understand. I mean, I think many players who play diplomacy have been there. This sort of like mix of still having a bit of adrenaline left in your body, but also being very tired of playing diplomacy.
Yeah, it must be said that I knew I was on the top board before I fell asleep. I didn't. Yeah.
Okay, fair enough. So, how did you prepare for the top board? Is that your first top board? I mean, there are lots of seasoned players on it. What did you do to sort of get you ready for this big game?
So it's my first virtual top board. I'm currently in a extended deadline top board as we speak. As for preparation, I think this is all I have to say. I'm going to be playing Turkey, and I fully expect it. I've been preparing for it for about a month.
So, how did you prepare to play Turkey?
Talking to Riaz mostly. He's just won a top board as Turkey.
That seems like a pretty good plan. So I wish you all the best, and maybe we'll see you in a different country. Actually, it has happened before, but yep, Turkey is certainly a country that is well associated with that number 7 seed. I wish you all the best. I'll be following you around a little bit, and I hope you'll have a great time on the VDL top board.
Thank you. Can you imagine the comedic impact if I don't get Turkey and I'm wearing a fez? That would just be brilliant.
I would love it.
Wishes do come true. We've got. I'm not so sure that Bradley is smiling about the current setup on the board right now, though. But Bradley has performed well and is one of the interesting storylines for me of this season. We've got a look at his performance and statistics for somebody that had not had a high top share until the last season or the last month of the league, is coming into these final games very hot with a 42% top share. Kind of average for centers above average player and right pretty much at the mean for Capo 4. I would say, is there anything that stands out to either of you about Bradley's play as you've watched him this season?
Well, this is an obvious point, but if you're relatively new to the game and you're playing like that, that's what stands out. There's plenty of people who've been playing a long time that wouldn't know a 42% top share from a hole in the ground. So I'm just sort of bullish on Bradley's chances in the future. You know, this game may not work out for you, but we all have games that don't work out for you like this. It happens all the time. And of course, he's not quite dead yet, as they say on Monty Python.
Correct. I mean, he's not dead yet. I bought this Starburst. I'm putting it in my mouth today for Bradley because he is burst onto the scene. We're all going to be talking about him in the years to come because the kid's got it all.
It's fantastic. All right, so kind of coming into this turn, we've got a possible RT, possible IT. So a lot of questions in the East, and the West seems to be a little more traditional. I don't know that we've got answers, but what do we say we check in with our sideline reporters and see if we can get some insights as to how the 1901 year turned out?
I welcome you to the first sideline report of this top board of the VDL Championship game number 3. My name is Robert Schuppe, and with a bit of support from Kevin O'Kelly and Christopher Ward backstage behind the scenes, I will give you all the tea there is to spill about this game and what's going on. So if we start in the spring of 1901, it starts with A and I, Karthik and Bradley getting into a room and Karthik suggests a quick Lepanto. He would like to have Trieste and quickly move into the Aegean. Bradley is a bit hesitant, but he says, yes, okay, we can do that. He later tells other people he mainly did that because he didn't want to actually upset Karthik too early. He agrees to that, and they both fairly quickly head different ways. Bradley goes back to the room and just says out loud, well, that didn't start all that well. So even though he agreed to it, he doesn't seem to be too happy. The opening conversation between Brandon and Farron is fairly quiet and starts slowly. They both seem to be a little bit thinking of other things, not the game quite yet, but they seem to get along well in the beginning, and they agree to that Armenian fist bump you actually see, and they also agree on a quick alliance. Now, the other interesting thing that happens in spring in the East is that Karthik suggests an IT where they can together carve up Austria because he's going to Trieste and they can really quickly take Bradley out of the game. And Farron also agrees to that. And that will really be the big story of this year in the East. Is it actually a quick AI or quick IT? Because Karthik is sort of running both plans at the same time for the whole year. It seems like everybody on the board by the end of the negotiation phase knows of that quick Lepanto plan. Everybody knows that Karthik is going to Trieste, and everybody knows that Bradley is okay with it, including the people in the West. It's really an open secret, and that's obviously interesting because the West, on the other hand, is very hard to read in the beginning. There's very little commitment in the negotiations, and the West doesn't really tell the East anything about what kind of alliance structure might emerge there. So the East is really in the dark what's going on in the West. Tim says to Nicola, the last time I played with Michalis, he kicked my ass. He would prefer a DMZ Burgundy, but when Nicola tells him that he's going there, he says that's not a deal breaker. At the same time, EF discussed that Michalis should get Holland, but Nikola is not really willing to give it to him in 01 already. They say, okay, Michalis, you can get Holland in 02. That is the deal. At the same time, Michalis is telling people that his goal is to prevent either France or Germany to get 3 builds in 01, actually. Now, in fall, if we move forward into fall, did that work? Yes, we've got it right here. We see these moves, and we see actually in the East, there is the revelation. Okay, it was not a quick AI. AI started negotiating right in the beginning, and they were discussing if it's better if Karthik takes 2 builds from Trieste and Tunis, or if he goes to Aegean as they planned, even though it will probably get bounced. But as we see right here, actually, they are trying to carve up Bradley. And several people have been telling Bradley that Brandon, for example, was telling him, I think you have a Karthik problem. And Bradley seemed to be worried about it, but not that much he can do from this position. He still says to Karthik, okay, we're still doing this plan with Aegean, right? With Aegean. Karthik says, yes, we're doing that. And at the same time, he goes to Farron and he says, we are still doing this plan with Greece, right? And Farron says, yes, but I'm still going to Aegean. And Karthik seems to be fine with it, even though it can be a bit threatening. So that's essentially what's happening in the East. Brandon is a little more laid back. He is obviously not thrilled to think that there might be a strong IT coming, but he's not making the big moves in terms of negotiations yet. He's playing it a bit more cautious. The one interesting thing regarding Brandon is actually the Black Sea, because all 3 powers, Austria, Italy, and Turkey, suggest that he should go to the Black Sea. Farron says, hey, if we want to do an RT, we need a fleet there. And Brandon is almost a bit like surprised. Okay, why are you suggesting that? Why should I be there? And she says, tactically, we need it there. And so she invites him to go. And also Austria and Italy tell him, like, look, if you want to attack Turkey, that would be great. How about you just go to Black Sea? And it almost seems like Brandon didn't even want to go there. But in the end, because everybody wanted it, he said, okay, why not? In the West, it seems that Timothy is not getting along with Nikola all that well to start with. It seems like they lean towards an EG because everybody is a little scared of Nikola. Also, Karthik and Brandon have pledged to support an EG, that they like an EG in the West. And Timothy is a little bit surprised by Burgundy and Picardy. He was aware of the fact that something was going to Burgundy, but he didn't think that both of them would go towards the north, both French armies. So he said, when he's confronting Nikola saying, yes, okay, you didn't know about it. Is that a problem? Like when I'm supporting myself into Belgium? And Timothy is hesitating. He's being quiet for a while. There's an awkward moment of silence, not the greatest start for the FG relationship here. And so in the end, this is a move that is not discussed, the move that Ruhr is making. Oh no, I've said it again, Ruhr, here it is. Have fun with that, analysts. Actually, Timothy told Nikola that he would either cover Munich or support himself into Holland. So already there are things that are not running that smoothly between F and G. Meanwhile, Michalis is asked to potentially bounce Germany out of Holland to get an EF starting. And he's saying, no, I'm not that brave. He wants to play it slow. And that are really the orders we are seeing here as well. Taking Norway, and that's it. So, interesting game. The game has just started. I'm going to jump back into the voice channels, and I wish you all fun. Have fun with 1902.
You know, the interesting thing to me there was the sort of coldness, or at least coolness, between Germany and France in the early part of the game. That's probably not necessary. Even if you had evil intent, you should probably hide it better. So that's an interesting thing, that there was a little bit of at least cool reaction from Tim to what Nikola did. I thought it was interesting anyway.
I don't think either Tim or Nikola both being very good players, are exceptional liars. So that does not surprise me. The news flash here is Farron invited Brandon into the black. We will see how this turns out because Brandon can take care of his opportunities, and Farron is going to have a difficult choice here to make. Karthik expects Farron to be on his side. Farron expects Brandon to be on her side. What's going to happen?
All right, David, after hearing all of that, predictions on adjustments for Farron.
I think she's going to build Fleet Con and wish she had built Fleet Smyrna, because I think she's ultimately going to go with Brandon. And I think that building Fleet Con is unnecessary here. I think you just build the fleet and go forward. But what do I know?
She builds there. Yeah, well, she builds there because she doesn't want to telegraph to Karthik.
I understand.
If she's going with Brandon.
I understand, but you're slowing yourself down here.
And Ed, based on what you see here, do we have anybody tipping their hand early with their adjustments?
The Army in St. Petersburg, I think, is totally fine and acceptable, but is not what McAuliffe wanted to see. But other than that, this is what an IT would build. This is probably what a Turkey would tell Russia she had to build. So, I mean, to be determined.
And this is what France builds when France doesn't really want to do anything in 1902.
Well, once again, Spain.
Besides Spain, right.
Karthik can't be loving that, though. All right, spring of 1902.
Yeah, it's going to Spain. Not surprising.
All right, so 1902 begins. I don't want to bury the lead, but McAuliffe going to the English Channel is everything you need to know right now. Tim is happy to see that. McAuliffe is not afraid of Nicola. He's going to take his chance. Nicola's got some issues here. The headline in the West is Brandon, I guess, is helping and hurting Austria at the same time because that Italian army only can retreat to Budapest. So, so he had to go there. So it's not exactly clear, but this is the moves that, an RT would make. Karthik, as far as I know, is just simply solidifying the position, moving down to Albania. Trieste is gone, but I think he probably expected to be gone. But he cannot be happy with the shifting of those fleets down. I don't know what's going to happen. I mean, I'm very excited to see a convoy from Romania to Ankara and fall. Brandon's certainly capable of doing it, but there's a lot of chaos, so he may just stick with this for now.
I expect him to stick with it. One thing I can say about McAuliffe going to the English Channel, I don't think Tim knew for sure it was going to happen because he didn't do anything like take Belgium that he could have done. So he was playing sort of conservatively there. Didn't go to Baltic, stayed home to defend Holland. So he didn't know for sure that McAuliffe was going to do that, although he's very happy to see it.
He is happy to see it, but look, as someone who plays Germany a lot, the key is to induce England and France to fight. He's done that. Now he can pick. Sure, he's had some tension with Nicola in the beginning, but not much. And this is what Germany likes to see. I'm a little surprised. The thing that is surprising to me about, he has, cut Sweden here, which was unnecessary. Well, I guess not really necessary in light of the moves, but you need to get that fleet Kiel out. Okay, Denmark either goes to Skagerrak and Kiel goes to Denmark if you're keeping your options, or it goes to Baltic. But now he doesn't have. Maybe he gets Belgium at the end, but with Germany, I would like to get a build up north.
He was literally worried about Holland being taken here. So I just think it's an interesting thing for him to be worried about.
Well, Tim Crosby has had by far one of the best seasons in diplomacy this year, coming in at number 2 in the Virtual Diplomacy League. David, what about Tim's statistics do you think is the biggest storyline from what you see here?
Well, his efficiency is awfully good, isn't it? It has that is the mark of someone who not only understands how to move their pieces, but understands diplomatically how to make sure that the plans are going to succeed. So even though that's not his highest statistics actually right below there, but I think the efficiency is a good is a good marker for his game. I have seen Tim play face to face. Tim's big strength is he is a really nice guy to get along with and communicate with people, which is why I was so surprised that there seemed to be a little bit of a frosty relationship with Nicola in the beginning. That seemed unusual.
Yeah, his collaboration is the second highest out of all of the diplomacy players in the Virtual Diplomacy League at offering 6.7 more interactions with other players. But I think that negative 3.5 give and take, that means that when he collaborates, he is receiving on average 3.5 times more supports per game than most other players. So that speaks to that he's a nice guy. He can talk people into working with him. So yeah, very much maybe this is a case where we've got a top board and it's a different kind of game on a top board. Tim's had a great success this season, but has not played in as many top boards as some of these other players, and we may see some conservative play because of that.
First of all, conservative play on a top board is not necessarily a bad thing. Many times it's a popularity contest, so this may help him. His critical issue is he's won a lot of games by allying with new players, of which he is next to no new players on this board and will not have that opportunity. So he has to retool a bit from what he's done. And on a side note, I'd like to thank my girlfriend Brandy for introducing this new feature on DBN, the whiskey glass that holds a cigar.
That's amazing.
Look at that.
You know how the little light that you get that gets the cat's attention? It's amazing how some people are fascinated by certain things. That is amazing to me.
Thank you, Brandy.
All right. Well, we had an opportunity to catch up with Ed. With Ed. Thank you for being here, Ed. We're catching up now. But with Tim Crosby, let's go ahead and hear his interview now.
And I am pleased to be joined here with second seed and current King of England, Tim Crosby. Tim, welcome to the pregame broadcast.
Thank you.
So this is your first full year in VDL play. I know from your participation with us here in Chicago in Red Wednesdays with the Weasels, you're accustomed to league play, but you've also played tournaments. What clicked this year to take you from a really good league player to number 2 and not that far behind number 1 in the standings?
Just experience, I believe. Getting to learn the players, getting to learn how that top 10% players play, and adjusting my game accordingly. Like I've said before, I came from extended deadline, and this is completely different game. Completely different game than extended deadline was, and I'm actually enjoying it more. So I guess I'm investing more time into it, and I guess it's starting to pay off, I guess.
Yeah, it certainly has with the results this year. I know you had a couple of strong tournament performances as well. I know WDC at Carnage, you had a real good tournament. And then I think one of the DixieCons, is that right? So you've had some success?
DixieCon last year I did pretty well.
Yeah, that's what I'm remembering.
Carnage was okay. I made some mistakes, but it was my first world championship, so and an amazing time. It was so much fun. That's what I really enjoyed most.
Do you pull, like, that's what I was with the tournament leading into do you pull experiences from both on how to negotiate, how to turn your good starts into really good mid game to set you up for the good results, or has it been just getting to know some of the league players? What's been the biggest learning point, I guess, in league play for you?
For league play, it's definitely a different game than a tournament. Tournament, you got your set number of games, and there are not very many of them. So it's like you better go and get your points while you can, and may not necessarily have to worry about who you're going to play in the next round. Unlike league play, where you do. You come out early. Nobody wants to make a lot of waves because you're going to see these guys and gals 4 or 5 more times before the league is over, and so you adjust based on that. I certainly did.
I see. I'm looking at the standings right now. Your best game of the year is Germany at a 120. That's tied for the best Germany of the year. Going into this top board, strategy-wise, are you looking for a certain sphere to play in? Are you looking to be by another player that you've worked well with, or are you looking to drop down maybe for a tiebreaker? Do you have some strategy going into the top board?
I think I may try to drop down.
This is your first top board for a championship. So when I asked about your strategy going in, if you've got a sphere or a power or a player or a neighbor, how are you preparing for your first top board? What's it like to be playing for a top board? I've never been on one, so I live vicariously.
Yeah, this is my first one. I'm anxious. It's going to be a fun experience. I know I talked to Wardy, who just had a top board. I can't remember. Was it a tournament? I don't remember.
The virtual, BDC.
Oh yeah, it was Summer Classic. It was Summer Classic, I think. And I talked to a couple of those players about their experiences on top board, just so I could get an idea of what to expect. The experiences I had in DBNI last year in those 2 semifinal games, which were they were brutal. That was a level and an intensity I'd never seen. So I'm going to draw a lot onto that. Other than that, those are my most intense games so far.
Yeah, well, I mean, certainly, again, we've been playing a lot online, and it's funny, our connection goes back even to the extended deadline days with Mike Sims, who I would love to get him on virtual diplomacy one day. But yeah, but just the amount you've improved over the last 18 months has been incredible, and it's really you've gone about it in a methodical way. So for those watching from the sidelines as we're on this broadcast here, next year you could be the next Tim Crosby. So Tim, we're wishing you the best of luck as a fellow Weasel. Of course, I'll be pulling for you, especially over Brandon, who's really a Weasel. But,
Brandon's in there too. So
many Weasels, many Weasels all around. So again, best of luck on this first top board, and look forward to chatting with you in the winner's circle after it's over.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Kevin.
He's a good dude.
Yes, he is. He's actually a great guy.
I think what stood out to me was his comment about the intensity from playing in the DBNI and kind of feeling that was a challenging game. Ed, I think that kind of alludes to what you were speaking to. It's a different kind of game when you're playing with other players of this caliber. And him coming in as a first-time top board participant, just really going to be watching to see, is he going to be able to take advantage of that or make those risks?
Yeah. Well, look, I'm bullish on Tim's chances here in light of it. I'm not bullish on the way his room looks. Uh, he's got everything hanged really well and neat, but then he has this giant mess behind him. I just don't want his game to become that mess, and it's okay to be a little cautious in O2, but we're going to have to see. He's going to have to pick. He's got to make some moves here.
Pick England. There you go. Exactly like that.
All right, so go to the fall. He's still got Sweden. Did he? No, it got cut. Sorry about the London subway too, but all right. So he's made his move there. I can't tell if he took Belgium, but I think he did, and get into Burgundy.
He did.
But now we've got an army behind him in Ruhr, so that'll be a little concerning for him. He'll have to build an army. McAllis, don't know. Can't tell with these arrows. Doesn't look like anything happened because of a self-bounce in Brest. So Nicolas Taillet definitely appears to understand that he's on the outs with both of them, and they couldn't get Tim on side. Meanwhile, this is why Brandon is so good. He takes Budapest, but he's still helping Bradley. Bradley, if you think about it, simply exchanged one ally in Carthage taking Trieste for another in Budapest. Both are crafty, but this is not good news for Carthage. Further bad news for Carthage would be losing the Ionian already. So Farron has choose Brandon over Carthage. And not only has that happened, but as David Hood, who's rooting for Brandon, would like to see, he's still in the Black Sea. He's still got great unit displacement. He's going to be building. He doesn't really have an enemy in the north except for Tim. So, this is great news for one Brandon Fogel.
The only fly in the ointment would be Bohemia, because he wasn't sure that Germany was was against him. So he didn't go to Silesia. He probably now wishes that he was in Silesia to give himself a little more option. That's the only fly that I would see in the Russian ointment. The thing about Carthage losing Ionian, he sort of had to, because he sort of needed to use Ionian to cut, to hit Adriatic to cut that support for the attack on Venice. I get all of that. But man.
And he needed Tunis.
That's exactly, that allowed him to then take Tunis and keep Venice. There were lots of reasons to do this. But but if you're RT, you really, really want to get into Ionian by the fall of 1902. That's RT juggernaut at its finest.
That's old school David Hood, 1980 diplomacy at its finest.
Bringing it back. I think too, something to point out is, Ed, you were talking about Carthage kind of preferring a tempo style of play, and there was a 80s or 90s article I remember reading in the Diplomatic Pouch called Go Fasta as a strategy for Italy. And that can work, but not when you've got this kind of situation. This very much is bringing in it was a gamble. I think he was clearly trying to win over Turkey. Turkey made her choice. And I'm really curious to see because Italy is fantastic defensively. Can Carthage play patient, doesn't really have a threat from France right now, and frustrate someone into switching sides?
I don't begrudge Carthage for what he did. Okay? He's not out of it by a long shot, but he is playing his game. This is, I pretty much thought this would be the game that he would go for when I saw him pick Italy. Carthage is an amazing tactician, so it will put a great tactician in Italy, and that's a problem for others. But add to it, but his flaw, his kryptonite, is his sort of insistence on plans doing it his way. And you know what? I think what he forgot was Bradley kind of went along with that. But Brandon and Farron, they ain't going to go along with playing just because Karthik is talking convincingly about it. So now he has to hope for a Brandon stab, period. And that, of course, from Brandon Fogel, should be on everyone's mind.
Except on Brandon's mind, because this would be a terrible time to do that. He needs to spend his time containing Tim. Stick with Farron. Clean up your mess. Don't do all this back and forth goofiness that everybody does. Stick with your ally, destroy your enemy, and defend yourself against Germany, who's coming. Do it, Brandon. Do it now.
Let's catch up with Robert Schupa on the sideline, find out what happened diplomatically in winter of 1902.
1902, and the game is already quite exciting, it seems, because in the winter break of 1901, Bradley is asking for a smoke break. It seems 1901 has been taking a toll on him, understandably so. It's been a rough year for Austria. Now, what's happening in the spring negotiations? Bradley has a clear agenda, and that is mainly to screw Karthik and potentially to survive longer as Austria on the top board, or do better as Austria on the top board than Wardy did in the VDC top board. Now, he is talking to Karthik briefly. Karthik says, hey, you know, I would like you to be my Janissary. You know, I honor Janissary deals. We can do that. But that's a very short conversation. Very quickly, Italy, Karthik goes to Farron, and they start talking tactics. Farron quickly brings up that she's a bit concerned about a wintergreen, but it's quickly discarded, and then they just talk a lot of moves and tactics. Basically, what you see here on the screen is what they talked about. For example, moving to Serbia is one thing Farron is asked to do by Karthik. And actually, when she, after that, is talking to Austria, to Bradley, Bradley asks her to do that as well, because he wants to go to Trieste, he wants to support himself into Trieste, and he wants somebody to be in Serbia, and that somebody should not be Karthik Konev. So after Bradley has left, Farron is saying in the room, well, it's nice when you're asked by Italy and Austria to go to Serbia. So life's good for Turkey as it stands. Apart from that, everybody seems to be pretty scared of an IT. In conversations with the West, Brandon seems pretty certain that it is an IT. Maybe he's just playing that down, that he is potentially in alliance with RT going, but he seems not that happy about his position when he's talking to Tim, for example, in the West. Now, what's going on in the West? Tim is really not happy about the fact that Michalis was not convoying to Belgium. They had that deal, apparently, that Michalis would do that, and very shortly before the deadline, Michalis had written him a message that he wouldn't do that. Now, in the FG conversation, Tim, when Tim is talking to Nicola, he's saying, no, I didn't want to attack you. It was all Michalis' fault. Michalis set us up to fight against each other, and now he wants to pick a side. He's really painting him to be the bad guy. And he's saying to Nicola, shuffle your fleets around. We can still do that. At the same time, however, Tim is asking Michalis to go to the English Channel, which is what's happening here. He seems a bit hesitant if that's actually what's happening, but we see that it does. And also, Nicola is trying to get Michalis on side, of course, and is asking him to move to Helgoland. We see how well that happened. Not at all. Now, if we move forward into fall, let me quickly get this control panel up here. Whoa. Okay, if we are in fall, the game that we're playing now is Who's Afraid of the Boogie Brandon? Everybody seems to be worried now that Brandon is in Budapest and potentially could get Vienna as well, of Brandon completely exploding. And Brandon really wants to play that down. That is his main goal in this phase right now, so that he is not the one who becomes the target. He comes up with a plan where Austria is keeping Vienna, potentially even building from Venice together with Bradley. Even though several people ask him to either go for Serbia or for Vienna, he says, no, I don't want to be at 8. He clearly says, I don't want to be super scary. In a conversation with Michalis, he says, okay, I know that I'm beginning to look scary. What do I need to do to prevent that from happening? And he's really trying to make deals. He promises Tim not to build in Warsaw. He promises Michalis not to build a fleet. And yet, of course, in the West, there are conversations about a Western Triple. Nicola is saying, hey, you guys need me. I need to keep the East in check with you. And quickly, EG is discussing that as well. But they seem to come to the conclusion that, first of all, they need Carthage in the South, and that actually France attacking Italy wouldn't be great. And at the same time, they also seem to agree that they need to do something about Brandon. Yeah, that's about what's going on in the West. Everybody is telling the East, no, there is no Western Triple. We're not doing this. And yeah, Bradley continues to say, like, whatever screws Carthage is what I want to do. People seem to expect already also in the West that Carthage will have problems here. And as it turns out, RT is the predominant alliance. That's 1902. Let's go back to the game and see you all soon.
Sideline reports add so much color to this game. Brandon worrying about being too big is totally fair. And I'm sure that he was being honest there and honestly trying to make sure no one else was worried about, or that the people who were worried about it that he knew that he was scary and that he would do something about it. I just think all of that's fascinating. Good stuff.
So, if you just look at this game on the map, I think you would really think, why did Carthage do that? But if you, with the sideline reports and everything else, you understand, yeah, when Italy and Austria fight, it really helps in RT. It's not that Carthage didn't know that. It's that he thought he had an IT. And that's okay. It's a game of trust and building. He, like you said, Brian, he made a gamble. He made a bet. Okay? That bet was not anything other than a 50-50 bet. But that was a bet that he made. A lot of other Italies, like I can imagine Peter McNamara playing Italy differently. But in the game that Carthage plays, that bet should have been expected. Farron took advantage of it, but I still hate the fact that Russian fleet is in the black. And if I'm Farron, I'm saying it's moving, we got to do something with this fleet right now. That's it. And if Brandon does not move that fleet, it's going to be a problem with Farron.
Is this the time for Brandon to build a, say, Army Sev and try and make a move, maybe pitch to Carthage and say, hey, I know I've got the upper hand here, but we can work together and we could really put the hammer down on Turkey?
No, and 1,000 times no. He needs to build Army Warsaw and deal with Germany. Unless he's going to come up with some way to otherwise deal with Germany, he's got to deal with them with force.
I could make a case for Army Moscow, but otherwise I agree with Mr. Hill.
Ed, what's your case for Army Moscow?
Trying to keep his diplomatic options open. You could justify Warsaw anyway, so I guess that's just trying to keep his options really open to go to Moscow. But
he has an army in Bohemia.
I get it. I get it.
So, look, Brandon's already deflecting others. Oh, I'm not a problem. I'm not a problem. This plays into that narrative. I don't know if anyone's buying it, but that is the narrative Brandon would have to sell. And if you're selling that narrative, this would be the way to go. That army can move to Warsaw. It can move to Sevastopol. It can do lots of things. And I'm sure he's super happy to see a fleet Smyrna. Look, he's always going to have that fleet there unless he moves it back. So we shall see.
I love the build of Smyrna from Farron as someone that likes to take those risks to gain that tempo in an alliance like this. I have also been burned by this level of trust many, many times in the past. David, is that one risk too many?
I personally don't think so, because I think it would be premature for Brandon to do it. And I think Farron knows that. Now, just because I think that doesn't mean Brandon may decide that it is not premature to do this. He's got a better idea of his relationship with England and or Germany than I do. But that's what I would be concerned about. Russia's deal is, yeah, fine. You're an Eastern power. You want to dominate and do well in the Balkans. Unless you got a Northern game going, you ain't going nowhere.
Well, let me make a point about this. This is fool me 3 times potentially for Farron. She's lost 2 top boards at least from over trusting her ally. Bill Hackenbrack, Nicolas Sauguet, why is that army in Paris? This could be the 3rd time. The proof of the pudding is in the eating. She moved the army out. I think this is a horrible idea. I mean, she moved the fleet out to Eastern Med. I mean, Brandon could put the knife in her immediately, and I'm not saying he will, and I know we're into spring 1903 here, and he didn't, but you wouldn't expect him to do it in the spring. But if I'm Farron not seeing that fleet move back to Sev, I'm pretty livid. And he's supporting it for what? Against the Farron stab? If I'm Farron, and I know Farron pretty well, she's not happy.
I agree with all of that. I do think that Brandon would be short-sighted to do it right now, because then who's your ally, Brandon? Is it McCarless maybe? Because there is a convoy attempt on Holland, so maybe-ish. But he also held in Norway instead of supporting Sweden, so that's not it. So who's your ally if you're going to attack Farron? I mean, Karthik's a wounded animal.
So, look, we're looking at spring 1903 here. 2 things. 1, Budapest is in Trieste, and Bohemia can be in Vienna. Brandon can take Ankara, deny Farron a build from Greece. Then you got other issues. Look at the West. McCallus convoying to Holland. Thank God Tim supported Holland. I mean, that's disconcerting at some level. So I don't know what's happening on the board here in the West, but the threat of Brandon looms super large.
Well, in the long run, I think you're absolutely right. In the short run, I wouldn't think that this would be the time for Brandon to do that, just because I don't know what his alliance structure looks like. We all know Russia can get really big. They can also get really small. I mean, it's always going to be precarious with Russia. You've got to have diplomatic, in addition to positional strength, you've got to have diplomatic strength as Russia, or your big Russia turns into a small Russia. It's not defensible on both sides of the stalemate line without diplomatic strength.
What are those orders by England? What is English Channel doing?
Supporting Belgium to Picardy.
Which didn't go. He supported Holland instead.
So he pitched a Belgium to Picardy, Holland to Belgium, go in behind and take Holland, certainly well within McCallus' skill set.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's an interesting pitch. I don't hate it. I can see why Tim would hate it. But
well, if that's really a stab, I was gonna say, McCarless, that's an excellent point. We need to wait for the satellite, because otherwise it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. Because if you really were trying to, quote, attack the Germans, end quote, you would support Sweden there and tell Brandon you're going to do it.
I'm thinking that's not an attack risk.
Yeah, I don't think so either. It's some kind of misdirection play or something. Maybe they were worried about the rover in Ruhr, and they were trying to contain it or something. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's check in. We've got a interview with Karthik Konath. We saw Karthik earlier. We'll go ahead and check with him now.
I'm thrilled to be here with 6th seed
and 3-time VDL top board player, Karthik Konant. How are you, Karthik?
Doing pretty well. How are you, Kevin?
Very good. I'm surely less stressed out than you probably were back in December as you were fighting for your spot on the top board here. What was it like going into that final year when you knew you needed to top and you were still chasing centers?
Honestly, I wouldn't have it any other way, Kevin. As you mentioned, I'm a 3-time VDL finalist, and I made it to the VDL finals the same way each of those 3 years. Coming into the last game of the season, I was not on the top board, and I needed success on the last board to make it. VDL in 2020, don't remember the exact situation, but I needed a big top. VDL 2021, once again, needed a big top, and then here needed a big top as well. I think this may be the biggest jump I've had to make. I think the other ones I was a little bit closer. But I find that the dynamics of the last board of a VDL season tend to align most well with my playstyle. It definitely maps best to an online style game until the very end, sort of fighting for points and trying to get everyone exactly what they want. But the early and mid game, people are playing the game very, very seriously. People are not going to let personal emotions get in the way as much, and are very much sort of committed to looking looking out for themselves at every single point, so long as they can, if people are in contention. So from that point of view, that's something that I like. That's a situation I'd like to be in. That's a game I like to play. And while on some boards I'm just instantly taken out, people are not going to do that on the final boards, because they're look, I need to look out for number one. I need to look out for myself. I'm not going to bother trying to join the group effort to take out Karthik or something like that.
Sure. And so my personal view of the years is each VDL season has been different. You've qualified for all 3. What was the difference this year versus previous years in both play style to you and kind of mentality, now that people are knowing each other a lot more?
Sure. So in terms of mentality, there's definitely a lot more play of long-term diplomacy. Things that have happened in the past definitely have a much greater impact than they did in the first season of VDL, because in the first season of VDL, no one knew each other, so you could get away with being stabby and aggressive. And I mean that's probably where I built up some of my reputation of being a very, very aggressive player. That's something that's cooled down over time. I've definitely become a lot more friendly, careberry over time, but still have some aggressive tendencies that will never go away. But over time, you definitely seen some very, very clever diplomacy that's come to be. You've seen a lot more collaboration among top players, and even mid players, mid-level players, to work together with their neighbors for a long periods of time without betrayals. And that has seemed to be more profitable for a lot of the players involved. Now, with all things tend to be cyclical, right? Because once you take one style too far, it ends up becoming profitable for someone to zig while everyone else is zagging. So I'm very, very curious to see how that what the tipping point there is. And then on a sort of strategic level, you've seen sort of preferred alliances come and go. What made me really happy in 2020 is one of my favorite alliances, the RA, was very, very popular at the time. And we saw really good success for both Russia and Austria as they DMZ'd Galicia quite frequently, which has tended to be very, very good for both Austria and Russia, because in my opinion, the balance there tends to be a wasted move tempo-wise and efficiency-wise. Season 2 was a very, very interesting season. Unfortunately, one of my favorite powers to play, Germany, really, really just went to hell in a handbasket that season. I think I was one of 2 lone tops as Germany, or one of 2 over 10 center performances as Germany. It was not a good season for Germans. And then Here we see, like, in season 3, sort of a resurgence of the old powers. Turkey is now doing reasonably well again. Not amazing by any means, but like doing better than before. Austria is going really, really poorly. Russia going very, very poorly. And I think that's partially because of the increased rates of bounces in Galicia again. France is doing incredibly well. I think people realize how important it is to check France early. Even if you're not doing a full-on EG, it's important to keep France in the box a little bit in 1901. And I think there was some really good analysis done on TBN maybe a year and a half ago that showed that France starting off with 4 centers is actually not terrible for France. And France actually saw similar performance rates in most other countries when they get on 5 to begin. So I think people have sort of started to forget those old lessons about how scary a France could be if you give them an inch. So I'm curious to see in the fourth season of VDL what lessons will be learned, which ones will be forgotten, and how people will play from there.
Yeah, the data speaks. I've been looking at it as we've been doing this pregame preparation. I have a lot to. That's a great answer. I can't wait to dig more into that. All right, so I was going to save this one for later. But so you're coming in at 6th. We saw last year that the 6th player dropped below 7th. I won't hold you to it if you say you will or you won't now. But you made a prediction in the 2021 VDL kickoff show that Turkey was going to have a resurgence, and we had a Turkish win at the VDC. If it comes down, if you are picking 6th and Turkey is on the board, will we see a Karthik Turkish pick there?
I'll actually give you a very straight answer here. Definitely.
All right. So last question is you have alluded to. I've alluded to. This is your 3rd time on this top board. What's preparation going into this 3rd one going to be like different from the first 2?
Yeah, so unfortunately, I haven't had as much time to prepare as I would like. I've been kind of sick for the past week. Still am a little sick. So I've kind of just been lying in bed watching some TV shows like the Traitors, which is sort of reality TV show that's basically based on the mafia, and the mafia game. And it's really, really fun. And that's basically how I've been spending my time instead of preparing. Because being sick, I just had no mental desire to do anything. But once I get down to business, today, thankfully I don't have too many choices. And I expect to be given either Austria or Turkey. And I'll probably just map out some ideal scenarios and likely scenarios on who will be where, and come up with some decent opening lines on how to pitch everyone and what they would most want to hear, and then what I would most like to have happen.
I watched last year's broadcast kind of in preparation for this, because there's 4 returning people from last year's board, which still is acclaimed to be probably the best virtual game that DBN's ever covered. So if we get anything like that with you in the running, in the race at the end of the championship, we know we're going to have a highly rated, highly viewed game. So we wish you the best of luck as one of DBN's own. Certainly pulling for you over Brandon for many reasons, but we look forward to seeing you at a reasonable hour in the winner's circle.
Thank you so much.
Karthik showing his chops as an analyst. He's giving us a really good overview as someone, one of the few players that has not only been in the Virtual Diplomacy League for all 3 seasons, but participated in all 3 championship games. Really, really insightful view on his perspective of the league as a whole. This particular game, maybe a little bit less reality TV and a little more studying of Italian behavior. Probably wasn't expecting to be in this situation. Ed, what did you learn about Karthik from that interview?
I learned that Karthik forgot that in 2020 it was him and me who had an EG. He seemed to forget the final league game before both of us making the final table. I learned that Karthik completely misremembered last year's December VDL game where he had it locked up on the final night. And I absolutely love Karthik, hook 'em horns, and I've allied and fought with him many times. But the man's lack of self-awareness is so hilarious. I just love listening to him talk and philosophize about diplomacy. Jesus, Karthik on diplomacy, I could listen all day, even though I don't really believe half of what he says. Maybe I'm an atheist in Karthik land, but I love listening to him talk because he's very confident about what he says, and he's a confident player. I like playing with confident players. And if anything, Karthik, I think you might overthink things a bit. Be like me a little bit, dumb it down. Sometimes that works. And, no one's going to outthink Karthik. And one last thing, if he is sick and he sounded it, good for him, because I'm a baby when I'm sick. There's no way I'd want to play diplomacy if I wasn't feeling well.
Bringing up Karthik's stats, I think one of the things that stands out to me about his play is that he's one, I think, that kind of swings for the fences a little bit. He is one of the players that had a higher elimination rate than just about anybody else that qualified for the top board. Kind of a go big or go home for a lot of his scores. David, what is your takeaway from Karthik as a player and in this game?
I'm digging the beard. I think it looks good on him. That's my first takeaway. Second takeaway is that Karthik he really is an analyst of the game. He's not just here to have fun. He's not just here to kind of screw around. He's very serious in his analysis of the game. And you may not like his conclusions. I don't actually like a couple of the conclusions that I heard. I do not think the RA, for example, is a extremely strong alliance for reasons I've indicated before. They have a real problem, which is how to control the Mediterranean. But I like the fact that he is looking at data and trying to come up with theories and then put them into practice. And he is not afraid to make a bold move, as Ed said. He's a confident player. He's a bold player. And all of these players are great, but they have different styles. Nicolas Taillet, for example, who is a spectacular player, and Karthik Conniff, also a good player, not at all the same in how they play. Just it's just a way, just another reason why this game is so awesome, because you can approach it from so many different personalities, so many different analytical conclusions, so many different personal predilections, and you can still be really good and have fun to just play it totally differently than anybody else does.
Well, as someone that is a huge fan of this game, have been for the majority of my life, we've got a really good one here. The game is really starting to pick up, and there's some interesting stuff that happened in 1903. I would like to go ahead and watch what happens in 1904. Ed, what are we going to see here?
We've already seen this move.
Yep, we've seen this one.
I don't think we've seen fall. I don't think we've been to fall 1903.
Yeah, what are you expecting from the fall?
I think it's the end of Bradley Grace. And I think the big issue is whether Brandon moves against Turkey. The other issue is, if I'm Nicola, I'm really trying to talk England into the idea of, if you do not let me get a fleet out to the Med, how is that helpful for your long-term prospects in this game? So I'll be looking to see if there's any détente.
Yeah, and I'll be watching to see if there's any fallout from that miscommunication, kerfuffle, whatever that was, around Belgium, Holland as well.
Oh, I have the false. Oh, go ahead, David.
Well, I was going to say, I wasn't sure that Brandon would want to take Vienna, honestly. But look what they did. He did, in fact, do what Ed was pushing him to do, basically. Or at least thinking might happen, which is that step. That's fine with me if he has reached a good deal with Tim. That was my point, is you either got to deal with Tim diplomatically or you got to deal with Tim militarily. And so he's actually supported Mikarlis to Sweden Okay, so he's made a deal with McCarless, which is fine. That's fine. That is a way to deal with Tim, is to make a deal with McCarless. So in that sense, in that case, I'm fine with this. This is totally fine. That was my only concern about stabbing Farron was who's your ally? Are you going to have an ally left at that point? And his ally is going to be McCarless. That's okay.
It's a genius move on so many levels.
I'm sorry. In which case, you really don't need the Austrian fleet. You might as well take Vienna. So all of that now makes sense to me.
Well, he still has the Austrian fleet.
Well,
everything works out great for Brandon.
There's only going
Trieste to go to.
He could have had the
Austrian fleet. Venice.
Oh wait, you're right. He left Trieste. I'm sorry. I totally missed that, Ed. You're right. You're totally right.
Yeah, no, this is a genius on so many levels. Okay, I'm not sure McCallus made the right move. McCallus, let's start in the West, the easy part. There was détente. There had to be détente. You know, Nicola had to get down to the Med for what was happening on the board at the time, which now is not going to be a concern of Nicola so much. But at the time, that made sense for Nicola to want to do that. McCallus takes Belgium. McCallus makes a deal to take Sweden. Brandon backfills. Brandon obviously cannot be telling McCallus what he's doing with the rest. Because if McCallus had known that this whole stab was happening, I don't think he would have been wanting to help Russia at all. Brandon takes Serbia, walks in. If he didn't take it, he would still build, he would still get the Trieste build. But as it turns out, it's super fortunate for him. Takes Vienna, takes Serbia, still has Bradley on side, walks into Ankara. He had to do it now. He did not want Farron to get a build in Greece. That would have just complicated things. I don't think he wanted to do it, David. And I agree with you that he did take care of his northern situation. A tremendous show of strength here with 3 builds for Russia and 4 places to build them. Now we have German-English tension, so he doesn't have to worry about Germany very much. He seems to have McCallus on side for a bit. I love it. I love everything about it. It's a genius move.
It is a great move considering that he had his Western situation figured out. It just occurred to me that Albania retreats to Trieste, so that means there is only one Austrian unit left. But that's a minor quibble. That's a minor quibble at this point.
Right.
All I can say here is, whoa, Nelly. Brandon is definitely putting the hammer down and telling the rest of the board, come at me, come catch me. And honestly, looking at this, who's going to stop him? In a top board format where you just need to be up at 1, the question is going to be, can the rest of the board respond in a strong enough way to knock Brandon back and prevent him from winning the game in 1903?
Yes, he's easily stopped. That's my point. Easily stopped unless the diplomatic situation is in his favor.
Zachary says, what a monster count. He's at 10. 10 is more than what you need on a top board.
But
there's a lot of time left is the problem.
Well, a 10 center Russia is like a 6 center France or a 7 center France in this situation, because you're just precarious. Because you are so spread out, stalemate line split you in the middle. You can't defend yourself unless you do it diplomatically. You just can't.
All true, but look at the variables. Sorry, Brian.
You're good.
Italy has to deal with Austria. So Italy can't be much help to Turkey right now. So he's got only one enemy really, which is Turkey, who has a disband coming. He's got, as best I can tell, one enemy in the West. That's Germany. They can't do anything to him. The issue is McCallus can read a board as well as Brandon, and there's going to be a rally.
Well, this is one that I am super glad we have a sideline reporter for. Robert, let's give us the goods. What happened on the sideline in 1903?
1903, time for the news. What was happening behind the scenes in this game year? Let's start in the East. At this point, R&T, Farron and Brandon are running very smoothly together. They talk very little, actually. They spend their time mostly with other powers, with other players, but whenever they talk, they seem to be on the same page very quickly. Brandon admits to Karthik that Farron is becoming an issue and that she doesn't really have a natural counterweight in the South, so that he might have to move on her quickly. Karthik tries hard to convince him to do that this turn in spring of 1903 already. He suggests that he can help him take Serbia, that he can convoy into Ankara and fall, and that would be very devastating. And even though Brandon seems to be thinking about it, he says, like, yeah, I'll probably just move and fall. Karthik doesn't like that. He says the opportunity might not be there anymore, but he has to take it as it is. Apart from that, in the West, Timothy is really not happy about that French intruder in Rouen that has retreated there, or not retreated, that has slipped in there. And Michalis is really annoyed because he said if they had agreed upon the moves they had discussed, which would have they would have included him taking Holland, that would have actually not happened in the first place. The deal was that Tim offers Michalis Belgium in return for Sweden. This is what they agree upon in spring. Actually, sorry, I was reaching out a little bit into the future here. So now in spring they are talking about this. Tim says, "Okay, I'm going to take Sweden. You get Holland. I'll move forward." And right after all of this adjudicated, Tim is actually not very happy with how it turned out, and Michalis is even less happy because Tim has lied to him about Holland. If we move into fall, Michalis seems to be pretty beaten down. He's very annoyed by Tim. Tim has lied to him several times, and Brandon offers him Sweden. Quote, Michalis, I don't understand what Tim's game is here, lying to everybody. Bradley at this point doesn't even care if Brandon takes his dots in the East. Austria says, like, look, if you have to take them, I'd rather have you not do that, but if you want to, that's fine. In the fall, it seems that the game is almost like everybody who out-survives Karthik gets a pass. Bradley as well as Timothy say at this point, if I just make it longer than Karthik, that's already a success. In the case of Timothy, it's actually, okay, if I make it longer than Austria and Italy. But both of them seem to have their eyes on, like, hey, I don't want to die before Karthik. Apart of that, there is some FG rapprochement in fall. Nicola appreciates that Timothy has actually taken the army off the board, and they start talking and if they could figure something out. And fairly quickly, the conversation that comes up is about Western Triple. Is it needed to stop this steamrolling juggernaut? Do they need to do a Western Triple? It seems that F and G are sort of interested. Michalis, in a private conversation with Nicola, is sort of hesitant. He says, like, but if I go against Brandon, what's to stop Farron winning? And Nicola's, me. Nicola suggests that Michalis takes Belgium. Tim is happy to do that as long as he keeps Sweden. And they seem to agree on a Western Triple plan. But then when E and F, Nicola and Tim get back into a room, they decide that they should actually move on Germany here. They try to convince Brandon to support France, and that is Nicola, into Munich, while he's also helping Michalis in the north. And he also promised that he's not just going to support him into Sweden, but that he's going to let him keep Norway. Now, with like 50 seconds left on the clock, Nikola has figured out that he won't get Russian support into Munich, and he makes a very bold move. He goes, or I don't know if bold is the right word, a very interesting move. He goes to Tim and says, like, look, I have a very weird request, but I need to do something about Farron in the south, and I need to build. Can you please walk out of Munich and let me have Munich? I'll walk out next turn, no problem, but I really need to build a fleet. And Tim is like, wait, what? No, I'm not supposed to do that in the long run, but why? What? And Nicolas seems to notice that this is not working, but he says, I'm going there. Just do it, you know. Tennessee says, okay, as soon as you move into the mat, I will do it. And Nicolas says, yes, I'm doing it. Let's do it this turn. Doesn't work out, but hey, Nicolas, at least you tried. Let's get back to the game.
You know, if that's the status of the Western alliance or Western negotiation relationships, Brandon is going to win this game.
Yeah. I mean, I don't really have much to add. I don't really understand. Like, why would Tim be giving up Holland? Like, why is that how does that help Germany? Belgium was around.
None of those things made any sense. And you know what else doesn't make sense? If Brandon was supposed to let England keep Norway, I'm not sure why you snake it like that. Now I'm back to wondering who his friend really is, if he's got one. Brandon, I mean.
Well, he may have snaked it, but he might think, well, I can build St. Petersburg and Moscow and fend up there for a bit.
And play by yourself for the next year and a half? I don't know.
Well, that's what he does anyways. At least he's not going to pretend.
Wow.
So
that's where we're going.
What I feel like we have is a very clear instance where diplomacy, to me, at its core, is not a game of deceit. It's a game of building trust. And once that trust is fractured in any human relationship, it's very difficult to regain, even if you do end up having shared goals. There's always going to be that doubt sitting back in your mind, is that person going to follow through? And what it feels like to me is that in the West, we've got a lack of trust between at least England and Germany, and possibly with Germany and France. But there's clearly a lack of trust amongst that triangle. And I think that's allowing this situation that we've got in the East to happen without a response. And if that trust is not regained somehow, I do not see how the West is going to be able to respond to this situation.
Well, McCarless is, all these guys are good players. They're capable of fixing this. McCarless in particular, I wonder how he's going to react to not getting a build out of Sweden. And the only reason he got Belgium was because Germany moved out. If he hadn't gotten Belgium there, he would be having no builds in this situation. To me, the interesting thing for me is among many other things in 1904, what does McCarless do now?
All right. Well, let's see our adjustments. And then, with Russia being in the situation that they are right now, I'm curious. Let's set Russia aside, Brandon aside. Who else has the best chance at topping this board if it's not Brandon?
Nicolas Taillet.
Yeah.
Also, I like how Brandon thought he had 4 builds.
He probably forgot that he didn't keep Sweden, maybe.
He's gotten bold.
That's actually hilarious because you would never build Moscow army in this situation. Never's too strong a word. You probably would not build army Moscow here because you really want to put it in Galicia and, sort of, or maybe into Silesia if you're going that direction with McCarless, but you don't put it in, I don't think Moscow is where you'd want to build that.
To go with Rocky analogies, now we go to Rocky IV. If I'm the other players, I'm going to look at Brandon and say, you see, he's not a machine. He's a man. He's been cut. He doesn't even know how many units he's got.
Perhaps Brandon's theory is he's going to take the entire board and say, I will break you. Perhaps that's
Look, you may know Rocky
all
3
the
or
young
4,
people who've never
but when
seen
I
these
get
Rocky
to you in
movies,
Rocky 5,
no,
you're not going to know Rocky 5.
These young people who are going to play, what are these two guys talking about? Rocky what? Okay.
All right, this
Everyone knows Rocky 4.
This is a 80s throwback kind of board. We've got the Juggernaut and commentary about Rocky. So my question for both of you both picked Nicola as the most likely to have an opportunity to top besides Brandon. What does that path look like? How does Nicola do that?
Brandon is a big force here. There's a giant sucking sound that sucks all the units towards Brandon, and if they're still moving, if they're moving towards Brandon, they're moving away from Nicola. That's my thinking.
You need to channel his Andrew Goff, start self-bouncing everywhere, just chill, let everybody just do what David said. Let them go fight their fight, not create any waves.
It's interesting to know what is Taye going to do now that there is an RT war with his Piedmont and West. He went there to help, I think. But now what is he going to do?
He still might need to help a bit. I guess it depends on Karthik's tolerance here.
Yeah. I mean, there's always Tyrolia. There's nothing wrong with
There
that.
you go.
Yep. That's what I was thinking.
You're up, Dave.
Well, yeah, I'm trying to figure out. All right, so Brandon ran out of time. That you don't hold these holds make no sense. So he has screwed up somehow. Right? There's no way.
Okay, I'm taking over. I'm driving.
Yeah, please drive because that's turning me for a loop here. What? There's
okay. You have to go back. Yeah, well, maybe the holds are moved, but he moved what he kind of needed to do. But the key move on the board is Bulgaria to Apulia convoy.
I see that.
And everyone's like, why on earth is Farron doing that? Why on earth? Because you go back to Summer Classic 2022 when Katie was Russia, and as I alluded to it earlier, a very dominant position. This is what Farron did. Like, she realized she was beat in the long term, and she made the pitch to Katie, because Farron is all about placement. She wants to win, but if she can't win, she wants to place as high as she can. That is not my goal. That is hers. But that is a legitimate way of playing. And she is on Team Brandon now. Now, Brandon may have messed up and wanted to move and all the rest, but it doesn't really matter. It doesn't matter because the one move was this move here. And, I mean, he's got an issue in Norway with what happened, but this is great news for Brandon.
I mean, I agree with all that, but
the rest is just the West. The rest is just the West rallying against Brandon.
Yeah, but okay. I'm with you. I get all that. I understood what Farron was doing. I just assumed the holds have to be a big mistake, so it just doesn't make any sense. So,
yeah, and it's important to.
Well, I think it was a mistake. But I don't think it matters.
Okay.
Yeah. I think it's a very important point that you brought up, Ed, that at this point in the game, secondary motivations start kicking in for some players. And I think that this particular format,
we're losing Brian
as
here.
a motivation. And then... Yep, and then it also has implications to the DBNI. And I believe, I'll have to double check, but I believe Farron may be one of the players on this board that could use some points to really solidify that position in the DBNI if that's something that she wants to participate in. So it very well could be Farron saying, nope, not going to win this, but Brandon, I'm willing to work with you if you help me get a good score.
Yeah, whether Brandon takes that offer or not, to be seen, right? Brandon is not Katie. Katie's a fantastic player. They play two different ways, and they've had success, Brandon and Katie, in different ways. But I'm Brandon. I'm looking at Smyrna, Bulgaria, and Greece. You know.
All right. Well, let's hear our interview from Farron right now. Maybe we'll get some insight.
I'm here with Farron Jane, the most efficient player on the circuit this year, qualified by only playing 4 games. Congratulations on making that. First of all, how was your experience this season? I mean, you played in the VDL before. Was it any different than the season before? How did it go for you?
Yes, this season was very different. Last season, I think I played maybe 1 or 2 games, and they were terrible games every single time. And I think the mistake I made last season was I got into it late when everyone was very, very hungry for points. And I only had 1 or 2 games, so I wasn't going to be competitive anyway. So it was pointless. And I just had a terrible time. And this time, obviously, I've had a lot more success. So,
yeah, that worked out very well, I think. You are here on the top board. And one thing I noticed was that the alliance of an AT, Austria-Turkey, sort of brought you here. 2 out of 4 games, you ran a successful AT alliance. Once is Austria, once is Turkey. Now, many people find that a difficult one to pull off. So, can you give us a little bit of an piece of advice? What do you need to do to make that work? How did that go for you?
So I think people that find AT to be a difficult alliance to pull off are suffering from a lack of imagination. I think AT is very strong. I think it's one of the strongest alliances on the board. I have pulled off numerous ATs, both as Austria and Turkey. It just, as Turkey, you have to know how to not be greedy and to be comfortable with your Austrian partner having more centers than you, because if you have the same amount of centers as your Austrian partner, they're going to feel very, very nervous. And then if you're playing the Austria in an AT, you need to be able to go to your Turkish ally and say, look, we're working together, but this needs to be like a 6-4 arrangement where I'm the 6 and you're the 4 for most of the game. And then you have to very deliberately design how you're going to disentangle your units and how you're going to set up your, make it so that there's no good stab opportunity that isn't heavily forecasted because that's really what it builds off of. And then, the way I always run it and my pitch, and I think it works, is hey, I'm Turkey. I'm going to build fleets. You're Austria. You're going to build armies. And then we're never going to compete over centers. You're getting you're getting all the landlocked centers. I'm getting all the coastal centers. It's just a natural alliance. I think it's one of the most stable alliances in the game. And so, I mean, people know me as an EF player, and I do play EF a lot. I like it. But I think, unlike EF, where both E and F want to have fleets in play and playing around in the waters, Austria doesn't want to build fleets, and Turkey probably doesn't want to build armies. So just go do your own stuff and have your own good game and just have a great time, right? So I think AT is a very strong alliance with a lot of potential, and I think people who aren't willing to entertain the notion are selling themselves short, and they're missing a really good opportunity for a strong style of play.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's some good advice, I think. So, AT, the new AIR, you've heard it first here on DBN. To wrap this up, what are you thinking about the other players on the top board? Now, I know you've played with quite a few of them. Maybe you've forgotten them all already. But so, what is your impression? Are there players you think you could work with particularly well, or players you see as a particular threat you need to keep an eye on? What do you think?
I have no idea who's on the board with me. So I'm pretty sure Brandon Fogel's on the board because I have not played a lot of games with Brandon. I think I've played 1 game with Brandon where we both had a terrible game and we kind of commiserated over the fact that we were both knocked out of contention very early, and we spent most of the games just like sitting in a room talking to each other because like we were not even worth just like being spoken to. I think actually he was England and I was Turkey. And I think we just both had like terrible games. I think I'm not really sure. But I remember this one of those experiences. Like I played one game with Brandon. I remember it was terrible for both of us, and we just like talked a lot about, well, this sucks. So I'm excited to play with Brandon. I'm looking forward to it. And then I mean, in all honesty, I absolutely have no idea who the other 5 players are. No idea. If it's like gun to my head, I could not tell you. No idea. Like seriously, no idea.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. I wish you well for tomorrow. We are recording this on Friday, so I hope when the audience sees that you're doing great on the board, potentially in an AT or potentially meeting new people you've played with 5 times before. So have fun, and I'm gonna listening in as a sideline reporter. So I'm curious to see what you're doing on the board. Take care, Farron.
I mean, you say when I'm doing well. I've never done well on top board, so we'll see. Thank you.
Okay, they played it on the top board. DB and I, final 7. Brandon was England. She was Italy. This didn't sound like an act to me, but if I read a transcript of this, I would have thought it's an act.
I am also one of those people that does not remember individual games. I just don't. I'll play a game, and then 2 or 3 weeks later, I couldn't tell you what happened on it. So I think it's just, Ed, I think you in particular are really good at remembering what happened in certain games. Yeah, and I wish I had that skill. I don't have it. Maybe Farron doesn't either.
All right. Well, let's go ahead and continue. We've got some action going on here. Brandon has kind of made a statement. The rest of the board, we are wondering, will they be able to respond? The best opportunity to succeed is likely Nicolas Taillet, according to both of our analysts. Here's what happens in the fall.
Okay, in the fall, Brandon shifting in the north a bit, going to Berenson, St. Petersburg, has to bounce in Warsaw. Does make peace with Farron, does not complete the step. Instead, his good buddy Karthik must serve the interest of Brandon Fogel because, Brandon got to grow. She's going to grow through Trieste. So we do have no longer a juggernaut, NOT. We have the old-fashioned juggernaut with a junior partner. And that's good for Brandon. In the West, everything here is coordinated. It's a late-forming Western triple to stop the big R, little T, with McAllis getting Norway. The only bit of surprise there is I guess he had to vacate Belgium to trade Norway. But ideally, he would have wanted to convoy York to Norway as part of that, as opposed to putting a fleet. But that may have been a condition of Nicolas in some form or fashion, because he didn't want to see the North. He didn't want to see Belgium in the English Channel.
I agree. I agree with all that. But if I were Nicolas, that's quite a lot to ask to do it this way, because that really is not as good against Russia. But ultimately, they'll beat Russia in the North if they stick together.
McAllis here says, Army in Norway doesn't let me take Barents. Okay, that's a fair point.
True. I mean, he's making a good point there, actually.
All right. So winner of 1904. A lot happened this turn. Let's hear from our sideline.
Wow, what a fall that was in 1903. We are back for 1904. It's getting late in Germany. It's getting early in Australia. And that means one thing. I get a little bit of company. Welcome, Peter McNamara. And thank you for helping me making a bit of sense of this whole mess. Now, it's an interesting game. Brandon has taken this huge step as Russia. What did you catch in spring of 04 in the chat rooms, in the voice chat rooms?
So in spring of 04, the Western Triple get together. They telling each other if they don't unite, they're screwed. They're a bit nervous about what happened last time, but they also realize that they need the rest of the board to unite against Brandon. And there's a big question about whether or not Farron Wheeler will not continue to work with Brandon. So when Germany, when EF are there together, Nicolas says, let's go for the triple for 1 or 2 turns, but I need a build. And then when France and Italy are talking together, they definitely seem to think that Austria and Turkey are still going to work together and plan to defend against those sorts of tactics. And when, interestingly, when Kartik comes in to ask Farron for a chat, the response we get during an England-Turkish conversation is, ooh, that's cold. So it's a big question about whether or not Farron is or is not about. It's all about whether Farron is or is not going to help Brandon and whether or not anyone can do anything about that.
Yeah, interesting. Now, in this phase, Brandon's number one agenda is to convince everybody that this game is over, that they should draw soon. His lead is too big and they should stop right now. And he goes to Farron, and the first thing he does is that he says, okay, I can still help you. Would you still be willing to work with me? I can still have you move up through the ranks and improve in the standings while winning. And Farron actually kind of agrees to that and says, it's not anymore about what I can offer to you. It's more about, what you're willing to accept. So she's not really having that much of an agenda anymore, apart from helping Brandon and hoping that he doesn't take too many dots off of him. At the same time, Brandon tries to work on Tim and hopes that he's too fed up with Michalis, and tells him, look, you see that this game is over, I'm winning, but I can still, he's making a similar pitch, I can still make you grow, get you a few dots, and they come up with a plan. First, Brandon wants to put him into Norway while he's taking Sweden, and then actually after a lengthy conversation, Tim has convinced Brandon not to do that and rather to pull back into Finland, and then to do that in fall. Brandon is a little surprised about it, but he actually buys it. And it seems like Brandon actually believed that he had Tim on side, that Tim was mad enough to work with him here instead of against him. So this is essentially what we had in the spring. And if we move into the fall, we see those moves here. And now the ground is getting a bit more shaky for Brandon. He has sort of misordered in spring. He didn't get the orders in he wanted to. He claims he wanted to go to Trieste. He claims he didn't want to go to Bulgaria. And the first thing he does is apologize to Farron and say, look, I'm really sorry, that was not what I wanted. I had an issue not updating my orders. And he's not that convinced anymore, it seems, that the game is over just yet. However, he seems to get Farron back on page. They have agreed to this convoy to Apulia, and even though Farron is more icy in her conversation now, she still seems willing to work with him and to help him. One interesting thing I caught was that actually when Michalis is talking to Brandon, he said, look, we can all fight you and give Nicola a spectacular shot at winning this game in the end. You don't want that. We can stymie you in the north quite a bit. So what do you have to offer me in order to not do that? And Brandon says, I'm not sure, do I need to offer anything to you? Do you really think you can stop me? And Michalis says, yes, between us four. And Brandon, between us four, oh, you assume you have Karthik on side. And Michalis says, yes, I do. So interesting thing that England as well as Russia seem to assume that Karthik in Italy is on their side. So interesting thing. What else did you catch in the fall?
Well, it seems from what I've heard that Karthik is on Karthik's side. There's a conversation between Austria and Italy, but not much is going on. When Brandon comes in, he seems so confident they're not really even discussing the game much. And it's only the other conversations that are interesting. Bradley promises to attack Rome for Farron, so she's still working against Italy. The Grand Alliance, they're still working together, at least England, France, and Germany, but they are a little nervous. And Tim is a bit concerned that Michalis will start voicing this in conversation with Nikolai once Michalis has left the room to go talk to Brandon.
Okay, thank you so much. And let's see what 1905 has in store for us.
We got some juicy information in there. I think the thing that stood out to me the most was the bit about Italy. I've definitely been on boards with Brandon where he's very good at pulling information about what other players are going to do through conversation with a different player entirely, which does seem to happen here. I wonder what things might have looked like. Would Brandon have gone for Trieste regardless, or did that conversation make him choose to change his strategy on how he was handling that relationship with Karthik?
I suspect he was going to go to Trieste in any event. That would be because you just have to, that's basically what's called dressing your line. He had to do something to make that line more defensible. And that's the only way to do it. I mean, Karthik was spending Karthik had to spend all of his units making sure that Bradley was dead. So he couldn't really do anything about it.
No matter what Brandon said, Karthik was not on side. And the order showed it. He went to Trieste, but Karthik was helping Nicola Taille into the Ionian against Turkey. So, I mean, Brandon recognized that. I think that was if anything, to plant a seed of doubt into Michalis. But, the point Michalis was making is a good one to Brandon. 10 as Russia is 11 now. Very good. If he doesn't take Turkish dots, not going to get much higher. I could see him losing St. Petersburg maybe, with all the issues up here. And if I'm Nicola Taille, I'd be the beneficiary of that. And so for Michalis to make that point to Brandon was the right thing for him to do.
Is there a point where another player might be willing to throw dots to Nicola to try and rebalance this board, mix things up?
Not what I've heard of Tim Crosby tonight. Normally, Tim would be a candidate for that.
Well, Karthik is actually a candidate for throwing things to people, for sure. So, that is absolutely right. Now, whether that's something he would do here or even could do here to give Nicola an edge over Brandon, I'm not sure, really.
All right, well, let's find out what happens in our adjustments. We've got army build from both the two leading powers. What are these telling you, David, these adjustments?
Well, Brandon's was automatic. And so the question with Marseille is, yeah, I actually think that one's automatic too. There's really there's no justification for doing anything other than going to Piedmont with your new unit. Doesn't need the fleet. Try not to spook Karthik with the fleet, because the whole idea of a fleet would be to replace Karthik on the line. He can justify going to Piedmont. I don't know. It's what I'm thinking.
It's also a nice army to have if you ever attack Germany. Good to have an army there.
Yeah, he couldn't build a fleet. It just really wouldn't make sense. He doesn't need it in the south, and he certainly doesn't need it in the north unless he's going to fight Michalis. Silesia to Munich is actually the order that jumps out at me. What about you guys?
Tim's a little frightened, about this. That's what it says to me. But Nicola's now in Vienna with Tim's not that scared, but I guess just in case that didn't happen, he moved back. Brandon, Incon, advancing his armies through the Balkans. He really needs Farron's fleets, so I don't think he's going to be taking Turkish dots. He doesn't really need dots at this point. He just needs to lock up what he has. And he's going to lose. Well, is he going to lose St. Petersburg? There's some issue here. There was no convoy from York to Norway, which Tim suspected would happen. I don't know what North Sea ordered.
Nothing. It held. That's just goofiness. Silesia to Munich is goofy. Not convoying to Norway is goofy. They're not trying hard enough to stop him. I mean, that Silesia guy is just one guy, but it means that you go to Galicia, Warsaw, and Prussia, and none of that got bounced, is what that means. That's way good for him. Way good for Brandon.
How much better would that position be for the West if there was a unit in Vienna and Bohemia and they had bounced Galicia?
A lot.
It's like they're all trying to be too clever by half.
Venice supported Trieste Tyrolia? Is that right? Hey, look.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Look at here, as they say down in the south. Look at here.
That's very big. I completely missed that.
I almost missed it myself.
All right. So before we go into the fall, I think there is some interesting stuff going on in the West. Let's go ahead and check in on our interview with Michalis.
And I am pleased to be here on the VDL Championship game player interviews with fourth seeded and not top England of the year, but certainly best England of the year, Michalis Kamalides. Michalis, welcome.
Hi, glad to be here.
Excellent. So this is a repeat performance for you. You were on the championship board last year. Last year you flew in with a solo. This year the scores across the board were a little down. What was the grind like this year compared to last year where you soloed so early on?
I didn't actually have a lot of time to play games earlier this year, so I sort of came in as a late flyer. I played 2 games October, 2 games November. I had one 16-16, which came up in the Queen Elizabeth Award when I was putting on my lovely accent to celebrate that Best England. And then the big game that really locked me in was November game. I was Russia. There was a strong FG in the West, which sort of re-triggered an early AIR and forced us to go back together. And we were pushing across the board, and France and Germany realised that they were going to die. So they came to me and were like, well, can we help you go ahead so that it doesn't end up as an 11-11-11 or whatever that? And I told them, maybe, but the only way to do that, given how many armies Tim in Austria, who's also on this board, and Jason in Italy had, was that I had to go up at least 3 centres, because then I could put down 3 armies and they would not be able to do anything about it. Anything less than that, and Tim would have enough armies to charge into me, and it wasn't in my interests. So they spent a couple of years trying to negotiate that, and I stood firm, and then France persuaded Germany to do it, and as it turned out, I managed to get 4 centres in one turn, which was just, I could present it as a fait accompli. And so, right, you're not taking them back off me, let's just draw the game. And everyone agreed to it, and that got me the points which really locked me in, so I could sit out December and commentate instead, which was quite fun.
We appreciate that. It's good. The VDL team is exciting. We love the fresh perspective. So, I was good. That's you kind of asked my next question for me. The first game back, you took a little break after VDL Championship DBNI last year, and you and Tim and Brandon were on the first board together. It was Brandon's first board of the season as well, and then another layoff, like you said, until the big push at the end. Is there like in that November game when you're asking for those 3 centers at the end, was that the moment you think, man, if I get this board top, I'm on the top board again this year?
Yeah, I mean, myself, Jason, and Tim had worked it out. Like, if we did the split board top, we would all be in the top 7, but it wouldn't be secure at all with December still to come. And as we saw in December, like Jason Bennett, who was also in contention, he narrowly missed out, and there would have been a lot more risk. Whereas I did the calculations that if I got a strong board top in that game, I would jump up to I think it was 3rd place, and realistically I wouldn't be overhauled. And yeah, Brandon overtook me in December, but he was the only person to. So yeah, it even though I felt a little bit bad, it made sense to take the points and lock it up, and that was the job done.
I know we always talk about on pregame, postgame that extra center is so important so many times, and people don't think about it as, oh, what's it going to matter? And at the end of the season sometimes, or end of a tournament sometimes, it either comes back to haunt you or puts you over the top. You did say that the big game came as Russia. You were also Russia on last year's top board, pushed all the way to the end before Nicola was able to pull it out. Going into this year's top board, is there any strategy for being in a sphere, being next to someone or away from someone? What have you thought about going into the game today?
Well, I mean, it's quite funny is that last year's top board, there were 3 countries that were pretty much out of contention fairly early on, which was Jason Masbom in Austria, Tom de Grief in Turkey, and Ben Kelman in Germany. So it was sort of a 4-horse battle between me in Russia, Brandon in Italy, Nicola in France, and Karthik in England. And it was a really, really high quality game. Like, it was probably the best game of diplomacy I've ever played, even now, like a year later. And the fact is, all 4 of us have qualified again. So it's there's the possibility of that happening again. But I'm sure Farron, Bradley, and God, who's the other person who's qualified? Who didn't qualify last year?
The 2nd seed, who will have some say over
Tim.
where you are. There you go.
Tim. Yeah. So I'm sure all of them will be looking to come into it again and also have strong results. But yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
That's right. One last question then. So this is there's 3 in the European time zones. I think you and Bradley and Nicola. Farron is in the the far eastern time zone. So we got 3 in America. Is that gonna play a difference for folks who maybe if you're a night owl, it won't bother you, or for folks who have to wake up early? What's that gonna be like?
I think anyone who knows me that my sleeping schedule's atrocious, and I'm usually up that late anyway. So from my perspective, I don't think it'll have much of an effect. I've never actually played with Bradley, so I don't know what he's like on that front. But I believe I've seen him playing early and late games on VDL before, so I imagine he's fine. Nicola, I know he has kids, which may make it a bit harder to be up late, or maybe not. Maybe he's used to being awake all night anyway. So.
And he played in that long DBNI game last year. I think that lasted for 10, 12 some odd hours. So stamina on the diplomacy board is another skill of his that he has, and certainly with his results, it shows that not even time can slow him down. So again, yes, best of luck going into the final board, and we'll chat with you hopefully in the winner's circle.
Thank you. Yeah, hope to be there.
Nicholas Kamaridis, truly one of the best players in the hobby right now, and we haven't really given him a great shot at winning this game, but there could be some breaks with the setup he's got behind the lines. I think it's an outside chance he could still make a move and be able to win this one.
It's what they call a non-zero.
Go ahead. He's got yeah. Well, my dad used to say, anytime they talk about mathematical chances of winning, you're not going to win. But I actually think Michalis is capable of any play, any move. He's so good. And one of the reasons he's good is, at least from my perspective, is he approaches the game differently. A lot of times people who are just rigid negotiators don't seem to have a lot of success. He's rigid and logical at the same time. And like you said, I stood tough on what I thought was a logical position, and they came my way. Man, is it frustrating sometimes to be on a board with Michalis because of that, because he's so talented. But a great player who sparked an interest of mine in Formula One because he's a big Formula One fan. I've enjoyed getting to know him, and any game I play with him is worthwhile.
Well, taking a look at his performance over the past season, 25% top share, a little bit lower than what some of the other players in this board have had, but still good enough for 5th overall in the league. And every score is towards the top. Center above average player and centers above average player in 1904 are also among the highest. Almost 4 centers higher on average, and almost 1.5 centers, over 1.5 centers in 1904. Just all around solid performance, and we're seeing that in this game. Really curious to see what adjustments are made in the West to potentially push back. That seems to be the front where there's the most risk for Brandon Fogel, who's currently topping this board pretty significantly.
By the way, McCarless has in the comments here that he was the reason he didn't convoy to Norway is he was expecting Brandon to put his fleet in there, thinking that he was going to block it. He was going to kill the fleet. That is crafty. We talked about McCarless being a crafty guy. That is
Yeah, being able to, that's going to be a hard one to rebuild if that were to be able to blow that up. So, all right.
But how about for crafty Brandon not falling for that?
Yeah.
Well, they're both crafty. By gosh, that's one reason they're here.
All right. Well, Brandon doesn't have to worry about that army in Vienna anymore. He gets the right moves to blow it up, which is the key thing for him. Farron has outlived her utility a bit. Brandon's going to go ahead and take those 2 builds. I don't know what Ionian's doing. I think it's supporting Khan to Gian maybe. So I think that shows that it wasn't expected. Let's see here. In the north, now we get the convoy to Norway. St. Petersburg's going to be lost for Brandon, but he's going to get enough builds to fend up there. Boy, Brandon's up against a stalemate line here. Now he's in Baltic. His position, I'm not as good as David or, well, frankly, a blind man looking at this board, but I would say it's nearly unassailable at this point with his 2 builds on Farron.
I think that's right. Now that he knows Karthik, now that he knows Karthik's on his side, he doesn't need Farron. I totally agree with you. I'm a little puzzled why Naples didn't order the Tyranian here. What else was Naples supposed to do? I don't think Karthik needed to lose Tunis here. Can't figure out exactly what they're.
I don't think he thinks he was losing Tunis. I think he thought Tyranian was moving to Ionian, or he believed Nicola was going to do that.
Oh, I see. He thought he was playing both sides. Maybe he did. Think.
It seems like he's allied with Brandon in the northern part of Italy. And since the Italians in real life struggle amongst themselves, it's a patched together network of territories, he's working with France. He thought he was working with France in the south.
Well, he ain't.
All right. Well, let's hear from our sideline reporters about what went down in 1905.
Who would have believed that? But in 1905, we're at a point where we can seriously say that there are only 2 types of conversations. There's those that have Brandon in them and those that are against Brandon and don't have Brandon in them. So we decided, why not split it that way? I've been your personal reporter on what Brandon Fogel has been up to in 1905, and Peter McNamara has been following the guerrillas who are trying to stop him. So what are they putting up? What kind of an effort are they putting up to stop him? What's going on?
So in spring of 05, at least diplomatically, you get the feeling as though battle lines are decided and there's not as much intensity in the conversation. A few people are doubting their chances, although there's definitely some tension. Tim in Germany expresses his nervousness over Burgundy, and you end up seeing that with Silesia going back to Munich, which was not agreed. Another order which was agreed by the Grand Alliance was that Kartik in Italy would order Venice to Trieste in the spring, which also did not go through. So come the fall, we expect a lot more tension in the conversations.
All right. So in terms of what's Brandon doing, he's in a very peculiar situation because he has two players who want to help him win. And that is Farron and Kartik. They both state that they want that, but they are very mad at each other. They both really are not really willing to work with each other. And they are essentially telling him, okay, take the dots of the other if you want my help. And he has to sort of maneuver his way in between those two. Especially Kartik is very, very angry at the way Farron has played. He very much dislikes that she has sort of stabbed him after they did the IT in the beginning. And as soon as she got stabbed by Russia, she starts throwing, or at least not caring about the game anymore. That's his perception. And so he says, like, look, if I'm supposed to help you, you have to kill Farron. Not just like not help her into my dots, but kill her and take 2 off of her this year. That's my condition for helping you. And Brandon first says, okay, can I take 1? And Kartik says, no, 2. And Brandon actually agrees to that. But after that, he goes to Farron and discusses anti-Italian tactics. What should they do to get some dots of Kartik? So that's really what happened. Apart from that, Brandon is discussing with Michalis, and Michalis keeps telling him, I can't do anything about Nicolas if you keep doing what you're doing. And then actually Michalis changes his line of argumentation and actually says the same thing as Kartik. He's also very displeased with the way Farron has played, and he says, okay, just kill Farron. If you kill Farron, I'm happy. Then, I'll take a draw. I'll not do anything. I'll just put a fleet into St. Pete, and then I'm done, and we can end this game. But as long as you're not attacking Farron, I will throw everything at you if I have what I have. And if that means that eventually Nicolas can rush in and take my dots, so be it. That's what we've got in spring. And if we move into fall 1905, Kartik actually is in a sort of position where at this point both sides think they have him on side. But this is sort of the moment of truth for Brandon regarding Kartik, because he's doing, as we see here, he's planning to do what Kartik asks, and that is take 2 off of Farron, whereas Farron wants him in Aegean. And in return, he says to Kartik, please don't tap Trieste, because Kartik leaks the plan of the West, which is to make sure that France can stay in Vienna by tapping Tyrolia, Trieste, and Galicia. He's leaking that to Brandon, and Brandon says, okay, just support hold in Venice, don't tap Trieste. As long as you do that, I will fulfill your wish and kill Farron. And as we see, that is actually what's happening. And also Brandon tries to turn Tim around, tells like, hey, what's happening? Why are you not getting Belgium? I mean, why does France need units? You should be the one getting units. If they don't give you units, I mean, why do you push them at me? Shouldn't you be defending against the West? And he's trying to make another ally there. But it seems that his main janissary at this point is Carthagoneth in Italy. What's going on the other side of the board?
There's a lot of tension early on between England, France, Germany, and Italy, both mainly because Germany and Italy didn't do what they promised in the spring term. And there's a bit of deflection going on. Tim, when being asked by Nicolas why he moved back to Munich, just starts to deflect attention to Kartik's misdeed of Army Venice doing something else instead. Eventually, EF and G get on the same page, agree that Tim will take Belgium because Nicolas is going to keep Vienna, or so they think. The interesting thing is what is happening with the negotiations with Farron. She spends most of the time sitting alone or talking to Brandon, but then with about 4 minutes to go, Nicolas and Farron get together, and not much is happening in that conversation at start, but then Nicolas asks for support for Piedmont to Venice, saying that he's going to get rid of Kartik, being frustrated with his play. and Farron agrees. So we'll see how that develops in future years.
All right. Interesting. Thank you so much. And we'll talk to you soon again.
Okay, we're back. Brian asked me to lead it off on the thing here, and I'm going to make a few points. If I am Karthik, or if I'm Michaelis, if I'm Nicola, if I'm anybody alive other than Farron, I am disappointed in Farron's play. On the other hand, I'm not surprised because this is the way Farron plays. Farron puts her place position ahead of any personal animosity against a person who may have ruined her game. That is something you need to take into account when you play with and against Farron. This is how Farron plays. It's not bad. It's not good. It is. And I personally don't understand that because it's not the way I approach the game. And Brandon Fogel is not the same player as Katie Gray. And you can see here, Brandon doing something Katie would not do last year in the Summer Classic. But Farron knows better. And I've spoken very highly of Farron, even though we have many differences. And I even said my heart and my head was with her. But it is tiresome for me to see Farron do, get screwed like this, trusting people on a top board. It has happened multiple times. And I wish she wouldn't, do this. But I understand that's her game style, and it is in her nature to play this way. Brandon is the beneficiary of this, big time. The other players are not, and they're upset. And if the goal was to increase the placement, well, she's down now to one center with a fleet that cannot go to Serbia. It's a bad spot.
As a player that likes those risks within an alliance and have seen it go both ways, man, when it works, it feels so good. And if the board had broken out a different way, I could definitely have seen that gamble pay off. But I mean, it really came down to 1903, and Brandon decided that, hey, I can win this, and nobody else is going to be able to stop me. And so far, at least in fall of 1905, it looks like he may be right.
Yeah, I'd like to. I'm not saying I'm sticking up for Farron, but I certainly understand, given the situation she was in, why she thought she could go another year with Brandon and then have an alliance that kept going. I thought at the time Brandon was being premature in his stab. I said that on here, and I meant it. And frankly, it should have been premature. England and Germany should have been able to do something about it. They didn't. They should have. There's been a lot of play here in the West that doesn't make a whole lot of sense to me the way it's turned out. Now, maybe Brandon had something to do with it. I mean, I picked Brandon to win this thing for a reason. He is a great player, so maybe he did that. But I understand why Farron did what she did in terms of setting herself up to be stabbed. I think what the people are saying they don't like is what she did afterwards. And my argument is, now look, you wanted her to go fall on her sword for you. That's fine. You wanted her to be revengeful because you thought that would help you. You don't get to make that decision for her. She gets to make her own decisions. And if she was trying to make a play to survive longer and not just be a sacrificial lamb for other people, that's up to her.
Yeah,
it is up to her, and they should have recognized it, but it doesn't. In this particular circumstance, it did not work out for her because she did not survive. But that doesn't mean that she didn't think it could work. But for me, the whole issue, honestly, was inviting Brandon into the black.
Oh, I know.
Inviting him.
Well, winter 1905, we've got Brandon building 2. We've got Tim Crosby in Germany, has the opportunity to build, and we've got a build from Nicola. David, what are you putting down if you are the West?
Well, the Germans could really benefit. Well, they don't really want a third fleet. It's not really helpful. But that's honestly the best way to deal with Baltic is to build something in Kiel. So I'd probably build an army Kiel so that we can kick Baltic out and you figure out how to cover Munich in some other fashions. That's probably what I would do. You disagree, Ed?
No, I'm just keep looking at the map. I'm like, why is Tim still in Belgium?
He went and took Belgium just now. He took Belgium just now to give him the build we're talking about.
All right. Okay. Well, I'm sorry then.
Although it makes, why are you going backwards to build something where you could have already been? So that the theory of this was that France, if you didn't take Belgium away from France, they would be getting 2, and that's too much or something, was the theory.
I think he built an army Kiel. I think you're right looking at the board, but
all right, there we go. Proceeding on through winter of 1905 into spring of 1906. When does the board say, I've had enough? When did they say uncle?
Now, I would.
Ed?
Have you ever played with a Frenchman?
I have.
For all the joking we do about the French, they are a stubborn clan. I think Nicolas Taillet might want to play it forward just a little bit. One more year.
True. That's probably true. I was more thinking about the people who are actually on the front line against Russia. They've had it. They've had enough of this. They're probably ready to quit. But you're right. Nikolai's you probably veto it. You're totally right. Yeah, there goes Baltic, and he doesn't even bother retreating it to Livonia. He just kills it under the theory that he can rebuild it as something more helpful. Otherwise, what have we got in the Meuse? We've got the Germans. I mean, this is why if I was the Anglo-Germans, I'd be like, hey, we stop now because Brandon's actually got a good position on us to make progress against us army-wise, which he does. I mean, the key here is the fact that he's got Carthage. And, Nicola made that permanent by taking Tunis. I'm not sure that was the thing to do, unless I guess he thought he was taking both Tunis and Venice, which is not so bad. But he has made this permanent by taking Tunis from Carthage.
I can't even get Farron to agree to evenly build an alliance with me. Here, she's supporting Smyrna into the Aegean. This is next level mind control by Brandon. I do not, it's a game with which I'm not familiar, but he's at 13. I don't think he solos. It's supposed to be over. Nicola now should give up.
Listen, I said a 10 center Russia is like a 7 center France, whatever I said. Once you get to 13 or 14, though, now you really are probably too big to fail, to use a 2008 phrase. We'll see. I mean, I guess he could still fail. He could forget to send in his orders some more, like he did that other season. I wonder if he was just tying a hand behind his back and saying, "I can beat you with one hand." Maybe that's what that was.
Surprise, I'm not left-handed. All right, so let's hear from our Frenchman, Nicolas Taillet, and check in on his thoughts before the start of this game.
And I am thrilled to be here with the defending VDL top board champion, the number 1 seed incoming, and everyone's favorite Frenchman named Nicolas Taillet. Welcome to the interviews, pre-game interviews here.
Thanks. Hi, Kevin. Happy to be here.
We've got, so Nicolas is on a hot streak. Hopefully for those who haven't watched it yet, the French League broadcast was on this morning, and your namesake and your mentor pulled out another title. Can Nicolas go 2 for 2 in the VDL top board?
Hopefully. Like, of course, I'm a poor man's Nicolas Sayugé. Like, I'm going to try to be as successful as he is, but let's see. I hope I make it anyways, and I hope I have fun in any case. And if I can win in addition to that, that'd be great.
Yeah. Coming into this year, obviously we'll talk about last year's top board in a little bit, but you took a little bit of time off. I think your first game, and a lot of the players from the top board last year came in the summertime and put up big numbers early. You had a board top in your first game. Did you have a strategy to do things differently in league play this year than you did last year?
Not really. Actually, I played the same way. It's just I think my game got a bit better over the year, and I was more efficient, I would say, on my boards, which meant I didn't have the need to be so aggressive like I tried when I did the solo 2 years ago, basically, in order to go to the top board. I didn't have another strategy. You know, when it's league play for me, I try to have a good alliance, and I try to race my ally. If it works, fine, and if it doesn't work, then my ally is better than me, and it's also a fun game. So no, I went with the same strategy, and I topped with always different allies, I think, when I topped. All my games are basically between June and September, so now I have a bit of rust to shake off also. But yeah, not a different strategy, just more efficient, I think, than 1 year ago.
Yeah. Did you feel any pressure in any of the games this year? Like you said, you had good allies, so it wasn't that people were shying away from working with you. They put last year behind them and were able to move on with you this year.
I think it depends for whom, but I think definitely you have some players who are more reluctant to work with me because of the reputation I've gained, I think, on the DBN top board, DBNI top board, sorry, and the Summer Classic top board too. So it really depends. I think some players are afraid a bit to work with me, and I can feel that sometimes at the beginning on boards. And on the opposite, like having visibility and some players saying, well, I'm very happy to work with you. Even though I know you're a strong player, I'm going to have to watch out for it. But I know we can be very efficient working together. So it's either one or the other. So either it's a good thing because people say, oh, you're efficient, I can work with you. Or they say, well, actually, I'm afraid of you and I'm going to be too careful to be able to work with you, basically.
Yeah. I look back at your boards from this year. You had a tied for the top score over the entire league. We didn't have any solos this year. A 13 center top was the biggest number. I think there were 3 or 4 of them maybe. But each one of your boards, you had someone who is on this year's top board on them, except for one, and you also had Peter McNamara on that board. So you played against tough competition during the league this year. What's it going to be like going into this final with players who now know you a little better, played in last year's top board? I think there's 4 of you repeating on this top board. What's the strategy going in? You're number one. You get the number 1 pick if you choose. Last year, I remember in the pregame interview, you said, if I have a chance, I'm going to take France. What's the strategy going into this top board?
Honestly, I've had a lot of work, so I haven't really fixed my strategy yet, to be completely fair.
I think that really we're just looking forward to a fantastic game. It will be tough to top last year's championship performance. It was one of the best games that we've seen, certainly league night by far, but overall, the analysts last year, the players when we've interviewed them so far, going into today's game, they've all talked about that last game. It's starting late at night for you. It's last year, I think, was a little earlier. Is there going to be any mental fatigue knowing that you have to, play even better than a great game last year?
No, actually, I'm very enthusiastic about that because I think that was the funniest game I've played. I had really a blast playing this game. That was a great experience because in a lot of games, like after 3-4 years, you can kind of see who is going to win potentially, and you have one or two favorites basically already distinguishing themselves. And here it was until the last years, basically nobody knew really what was going to happen. So if we could repeat something like that, even if I don't win, that'd be great. Honestly, I just want to have a blast.
Excellent. Well, again, we wish you the best of luck. You've gotten used to being on the championship interview, although I think if it will be again this year, it'll be like 3 or 4 a.m. your time. So maybe we'll make sure to have someone send you a cafe on the way.
Definitely. I think I'll take a good cup of coffee in the middle of the night if I make it until then. And honestly, it's I just want to have a blast. So if this game lasts 6 hours and there are still 6 people alive at the end, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, it's. I think I have this defensive kind of style usually, and that's what I'm going to most likely do, except if I take Austria. But I think the other players are going to be the ones really dictating the game. So I think you have a few players who are less patient than Brandon and I. Like, I think we could fall asleep next to one another with Brandon, basically, just trying to hold the other one at bay. But I think the dynamic players like Karthik will decide how this game runs. So let's see what happens.
Excellent. Bonne chance, mon ami.
Thanks a lot, Kevin. As always, a pleasure. And I really hope that's going to work.
We needed to unmute with such calm confidence from a guy who's been playing this game for 2 years. It's just a pleasure to watch. That's also the way he negotiates with that sort of confidence. Now, he has a hard edge to him, too. But I think judiciously applied. So he's an impressive player.
He is the most interesting man in diplomacy. Nicolas Taillet is the grown-up I want to be. When I grow up, I want to be Nicolas Taillet. He's a gentleman. By the way, read his diplomacy briefing articles. Every game he gives a historical analogy, a real one. And I think he thinks about this in real time. This is like, some European battle I never heard of because I'm American. Very interesting. I hope one day to visit with him in France, have a glass of wine, and talk about World War I. I just think he's a great player, and you can tell just from that interview and the way he conducts himself, a great person.
And he dominated this league this season. Top share of 60%, was never eliminated, had a average center count above the average player of almost 5 centers more than everyone else. His cap 04 is ridiculous, 2.5 centers more than the average person in 1904. Was efficient, high collaboration, and was very giving in supporting others whenever he was doing that collaboration. Just well-rounded player, and in this case, I feel like he's played an excellent game, especially with the start that he got off to, but just has not had the position to kind of keep up with the massive tempo on the other side of the board. All right, well, let's proceed into fall of 1906. I believe, Ed, you are up for this one.
Okay, Brandon loses St. Petersburg. Never mind, I'll just finish off Farron and Greece. We never said goodbye to Bradley Grace, by the way, so Farron out in 6th. By the way, Brian, good comment earlier about Karthik being good on the defensive. I mean, look, he's made it, facing all these problems. Meanwhile, Tim's holding the line. Everybody's sort of, moving down there. McCallis goes to the English Channel. I don't think he's going to do anything there. I think this game is basically, it's a wrap. I'm not sure why Brandon even selected to take Greece, I guess, because he's losing St. Pete and didn't want to mess with it. But look, he's on the line. He's over the line in Piedmont. It's going to draw.
If you can convince Nicola that he has no chance, letting Nicola take Rome might think he has a chance, and that was a let. No, I guess Piedmont hit Venice, didn't they? What did Piedmont do? Did they hit Venice? Venice supports Tyrolia to Piedmont. Okay.
Farron cut support from.
I know Farron cut support, but it wouldn't have.
Oh, if Venice, Venice didn't support.
Venice didn't support Rome. I guess they didn't think they needed it, maybe, or something. I don't know. I mean, Farron's. I guess if she the only way she could have done this is if she hit Naples, which she did. They weren't expecting that. That's why. Okay, they were not expecting Farron on her way out to say, "Okay, Karthik, take this."
My last breath, I spit at thee.
I spit at thee from hell's heart. I stab at thee.
All right. Well, let's hear from our sideline reporters.
Hey, hold on a minute, though. North Sea to English Channel. What do you think? North Sea to English Channel.
It might be McCullough saying, "Don't get cute." It might be.
That would be my guess. It's like McCullough saying, "Yeah, Nicola, this game's over, man. Come on."
Yeah, time to draw, and that would be my vote for Karthik choosing to support Russia into Piedmont. I think Karthik's saying, "Hey, my best chance at a high score is keeping the centers that I have. Let me try and force everyone else to not have hope and draw this game."
Well, I mean, what hope could Nicola have? He's got to go up 4. Brandon's got to go down 4. That is not happening.
In on average 4 years, probably three to 5 years at most, based off of timelines. That would be a difficult ask.
I mean, McCallus doesn't even put an army in St. Petersburg.
No.
All right, well, let's hear from our sideline reporters, and let's find out if Brandon is able to convince the rest of the board it's time to draw this game.
Here we are again in 1906. The game is really in an unusual state. Rarely seen a top board where in 1906 the difference in centers is that big already. And one sentence we start hearing quite a lot is, "This game is over." Especially Brendan likes to say it, but let's hear what his opposing side, the other side that is trying to defend against Brendan, has talked about in the spring.
The Western Triple starts off talking tactics. They're really in a horrible position in the north. They're not likely to make any actual progress. And when Kartik joins in the conversation, he now tells them that he's openly doing what Brandon wants. He's got an agreement with Brandon. Also, he claims that Brandon will let him live on his home centers where he currently is, that Farron will be eliminated, and then that will be the end as far as Kartik is concerned. The conversations definitely sound like there's an air of resignation and frustration as to how the game has played out, and that the agreement is just going to be that Farron will be eliminated, and then they will draw in, and partly the Farron elimination before the draw is to punish Farron for not fighting Brandon earlier on in the game.
Yeah, and that is what Brandon is openly telling Farron at this point as well. He, right at the beginning of the phase, goes to her and apologizes for it. It really sounds like he's genuinely sorry about it. He says that he finds these conditions distasteful and that he will tell that McCallus and Karthik after the game. And Farron sounds like she's really not taking it easy. It sounds like it's very emotional for both of them. But Brandon thinks that this is what he needs to do in order to ensure his victory. At the same time, Brandon starts talking to McCallus again, and they come up with a deal that if Brandon pulls the fleet in Baltic off of the board when it's piffed or when it's forced to retreat in spring, McCallus will take St. Pete with a fleet and get himself in a position where he can defend himself against Nicola, because this is the big threat he's been posing all along. Hey, I can throw to Nicola, or Nicola can just walk into me if you keep fighting me in the north that much, and if you don't eliminate Farron. So that is the deal they're coming up with, and is actually we see that this is what Brandon is doing instead of retreating to an open Sweden. Then Michalis, one funny little thing is that Brandon asks Michalis what is he building actually off of St. Petersburg, and Michalis is saying, "What do you care? Shall I build a nuclear missile in London and send it to Budapest or what?" And Brandon's like, "Yeah, I don't know. Sorry, playing diplomacy. It's hard to turn off." After the spring, Brandon asks again if people are willing to take a draw, and Michalis vetoes it immediately with like a determined voice saying like, "Nope, veto." And so we go on into the fall. The only interesting thing I listened in fall was that they told that Brandon asked Farron in the beginning to just hold Ionian, that he can support hold there and take Greece with the army. And initially, it seems like they had that deal that Farron was not going to do anything about Naples and help France into Rome, but that deal didn't go through apparently. Apart from that, it's just like Brandon working lockstep with Carthage. How was it in the West?
There was really not much happening in the West in the negotiations. In the end, there was a few open conversations about what the moves were around Italy. Carthage told everyone what his moves were, but this game seems to have been finished in the stop Brandon category.
Okay, thank you so much. And from all I'm getting right now, I think actually the game has drawn just now. So this has been a very unusual top board. First of all, it's a draw after 1906. That's very quick, and also a very emotional one, I think. So I wish all the players all the best and hope that they can recover a little bit from this stressful game. And I thank you for jumping in and helping me with the later game years, Peter. And thank you all for watching at home.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, so Sideline confirms game will draw at the end of this season. So it will probably end with the winter results. David, get your thoughts on what you heard on the sideline, and then we'll get to the rest of the game.
Not really sure what Mama Carlos would veto and then vote for the draw like that. But we don't know
because Farron's
exactly.
alive. Because Farron was alive.
Farron, I see. I got you. Yep, that makes perfect sense. Yep. Yeah, I mean, this game has sort of seemed this way since the West did not get their act together very quickly. We all assumed this is where this game was going to end. So there's not much surprise there. I did want to say, before I forget to say it, thanks to Robert and Peter for the sideline reporting, which is always a great insight into the game.
That adds so much to these broadcasts. Before we end this game, let's go ahead and hear our interview with Brandon at the start of the game, kind of get some insight as to where he was heading into this game that he's really been in control of since very, very early on. I'm curious to see if perhaps that started before the game even actually started.
Do you think my interview will have insight?
I not from you.
You think it'll have insight?
Not
Brian?
from you. It'll be from
Not
Brandon.
from me.
Yeah.
Welcome to the Diplomacy Broadcast Network post power selection interviews, except we're doing it before power selection. Brandon Fogel, number 3 seed. How excited are you to be in the VDL top board second year in a row?
Ed, being on the top board is fantastic, and I'm practically exploding. But even more exciting is to be here with you, getting interviewed again.
That's only natural. Last year, you said to me that you would rather be loved than feared on a diplomacy board, and you promptly finished 4th. Do you want to alter that statement?
I mean, the way to succeed on a top board is to be the one that everyone wants to win. So no, I'm sticking with that. I'm just going to try to do it better this year.
Okay. Well, speaking of which, last year you were 1st and dropped to 4th. This year you are 3rd with Nicolas Taillet, who won last year, being on the same board. Michalis Kamaritis, who you eliminated. also picking on the board. And I think Karthik was Karthik in the game. I can't remember who the other player is. So
Yeah,
four
Karthik was up in England.
What's your strategy? What do you intend to do?
I didn't eliminate McAllis, by the way. I just fought with him to the death, which enabled Nicolas to run away with it. No, we just both fought at the end until Nicolas won. I think McAllis and I both look back at that and think that we could have made better decisions at that moment of the game.
Okay, well, Brandon, unlike you, that I asked the tough questions.
Okay.
So we have a few questions here.
I'm ready. Bring it.
Who has better hair, Brian Pravel or Karthik Konath?
Brian Pravel. Brian has the ability to coif his hair, and Karthik just kind of lets it stream naturally, which has its own appeal. But if you're looking for style, things that are styled and put into a specific arrangement, Brian Pravel is the one you want to go with.
If you could choose either Brian or Karthik's hair to weave onto your bald head, would you do that?
What do I have to give up to get it?
It's free. It's a total gift.
Nothing's free.
Which man's hair do you pick?
I've read The Gift of the Magi. Nothing's free in this life.
Okay. Who will be tougher to play with, McAllis or Nicolas?
Nicolas. McAllis is a very strong player, but he's a bit of a bulldog in my experience. Nicolas, it has that mode, but also has the subtlety. He has the ability to drip poison in people's ears with expertise, and he has the ability to slip the knife under the cloak, as the expression goes.
Who's going to be eliminated first, Farron or Bradley Grace?
Farron doesn't
please say Farron.
Farron doesn't get eliminated. I think Bradley will do all right. I think he's going to be the one that people pursue in the East, that everyone wants to be friends with. So if it's between the two of them, sorry, Farron.
Do you lie so often in diplomacy because you need to, you like to, or just because you're so good at it?
I reject the question.
Yeah. Who will be the victim of your biggest lie today, Brandon? Who? Are you preparing one, and who will be that victim?
The victim of my biggest lie today is going to be Ed Sullivan.
That was what I was going to tell you the answer was if you didn't say it. And finally, most importantly,
yes, sir.
You visited me in Houston, Texas. Would you eat crawfish with me again?
I would 100%, especially if your son was there, because he was excellent company. And also, the two of you did a really nice job of making me avoid the heebie-jeebies from what I was actually doing, which was tearing apart an animal and eating it out of its clothing.
That animal, though, enjoyed the eating, much like the animals you're about to eat in this game. So good luck. Let's go crawfish eating.
Thanks, Ed.
Aaron. And enjoy your game. Well deserved.
Thanks, Ed. You have a good one too.
Ed Sullivan bringing the hard questions indeed. We did see some animals being eaten on this board. Ed, tell us your thoughts on this game. Wrap up the storyline. What are your thoughts? What did we just watch?
We watched a regular season game of the VDL. I don't mean to be bitter about it or anything, but this is no different than any of the other games we watched in the VDL. It was not a special game. I enjoyed commenting on it. I think the victory is more than well deserved. Brandon Fogel is an amazing player. Certainly, I think the best player in North America right now. And he deserves this win. I just don't think it was a very good game.
David.
I understand why Ed is saying that. I get it. I would argue that it's a really good game for showing one way to play, which is taking control of a game and making sure that no one is basically getting to the top of the hill and daring somebody to knock you off and coming up with ways to sabotage the people that are trying to come knock you off. So I think it's a good game in the sense that it shows this game was, yes, it was won by moves that Brandon made or frankly didn't make one of those seasons. Let's just sit around. But it's also showing how you win diplomatically, and this was a diplomatic win.
Yeah, absolutely. Brandon Fogel in this game, this is such a wonderful contrast to the game that we had last year. Last year's championship game was among my favorites of all time from a entertainment standpoint. I feel like diplomacy as it was intended to be played. But one of the beauties of this game is there's so many different ways to play this game and so many ways to win. And the very best players are the players who are able to identify what the right tool and is for that situation and use it at the right time. And that's exactly what we saw in this game. Brandon went, in my opinion, I've played with Brandon quite a bit, and I feel like he played against type in this game. I think that he will often make that stab towards the end of the game, but for him to go for it in 1903, to make that so early, that was a risky, difficult play that I can't imagine was easy. I can't wait to talk to him about that, to find out how difficult that was. But he made the decision that he was going to win that game, and he dared the rest of the board to come at him and managed to control the diplomatic situation and sow dissent amongst the rest of the players to ensure that they were unable to. It was a beautiful, beautiful thing to watch. Very, very entertaining from a very, very different perspective than the last game. And I think it was a well-deserved win, and congratulations to Brandon.
Here, here.
All right.
100%.
Well, let's go ahead and bring on Zachary Moore. Zachary Moore being our Virtual Diplomacy League commissioner. Zachary, congratulations on another season. What are your thoughts on this game and the season as a whole?
Well, I'll start off with my thoughts on this broadcast, which is that it is fantastic, and thank you to all of you. Makes the game so fun. I love watching the top board and the pageantry that goes into it. Ed always brings out his biggest words, and you all do fantastic. As far as the game,
like hello, goodbye, those are big ones. 2 syllables.
Yeah, goodbye's a conjunction, right? You combine 2 words. That's really nice, Ed. As far as the game goes, it's a spectacular performance by a guy who's been playing those type of games and winning them for years. He dominated Chicago several years in a row. He's always been barking around the top of VDL. Well, he's only played 2 years of VDL, but last year he was right there, and this year, he put himself in a position to strike, and he struck, and he did so with that Brandon charm that somehow he ended up with 13 centers and more friends than enemies. So like you said, Brian, a big contrast from last year. Ed thought it sucked. I thought it was, just a tour de force. And also credit to Brandon, first American to win the Virtual Diplomacy League. It took a while, but it's going to save me a lot on shipping costs for that t-shirt.
All right, let's go ahead and welcome to the stream our 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League champion, Brandon Fogel. Brandon, welcome.
Hey, guys. I just want to say, Zach, thank you for providing that crucial motivation. Save VDL expenses. Really happy to be able to do that for you.
You've always been looking out for me, and I'm happy we could put that chip on your shoulder.
All right, well, I would like to bring up our game. We'll look at this together. And Ed, I'm going to let you continue with those hard questions. What would you like to talk to Brandon about this game?
So, Brandon, how many shows on Netflix were you streaming starting at about fall 1904 while you were playing the game?
I have to say, despite how smooth it may have looked, by the center chart, I was working my tail off. And we sat around and talked about the game for a while afterwards. And Karthik and McCullis and I had some pretty serious negotiations during the 1904 and 1905, 1906, actually more 1905 and 1906. And it was at that point, it was a matter of figuring out what it was that they wanted and how I could give it to them and still achieve my goal, which was to win the game.
Okay, I'm actually going to ask some tough game questions here, just regular ones. You had to be worried about IT. That move in spring 1901 from Venice to Trieste. We heard from the sideline report that you warned Bradley about it. Yet you have this Armenian fist bump with Farron. This has to be a dangerous moment for you. Whose side is Farron on? I hear she invites you into the Black Sea in the fall, but she's still going to help Karthik. What are you thinking is going to be the structure here with Karthik, dismantling Bradley like this with Farron's help? Is it really an IT? Can you trust her or not?
Well, this actually fall of 1901 was extremely tense, and I caught some of the sideline report on this, and they were really they really caught it. And that was this question of Black Sea. Farron invited me into Black Sea, and I couldn't believe it because as Turkey, you generally don't want Russia in the Black Sea. And I actually said no at first because I thought, for the reasons I said, I didn't want to seem too big. I also didn't necessarily believe that she was going to let me in. And I thought this might be a ploy to prevent me from taking Romania. And then when Karthik also proposed it, I got a little more worried as well. So the IT was very, very much on my mind. But Farron was giving me all the right signals. She was promising to go to Aegean, and then she followed through. And so I took a chance here. And I had a pretty good sense that I was going to get Sweden as well. So I felt like even if I didn't get Romania, I'd at least, not have a fleet in black or be there myself. So.
Brian, can we fast forward to spring 1903?
Yeah, and I was going to ask David if he wanted to ask Brandon about this. To me, this is one of the key points in the game.
Yeah, we get to spring 1903 when you go to Trieste, and we know it's getting ready to happen in the fall. I was concerned, you may have heard me say this, I was concerned that about you stabbing Farron in 1903 because you didn't have the Anglo-Germany situation figured out. And so who was your ally going to be that going forward? It didn't turn out that you needed one other than Farron being a puppet and Karthik being a puppet. You didn't end up needing one in the final analysis, but I certainly thought you did. Were you concerned about that at all, or did you thought you had the West figured out, or your position in the West figured out when you made that step?
No, hugely, hugely concerned. And Brian, at the end, you nailed this exactly. This is not the way I normally play. This is way too early of a risk, and it's one where I create problems for myself on two fronts. So I attack people on two fronts, which is a huge no-no for me. Something I just don't do it. And the thing that pushed me over the edge here was that I believed that Timothy and Michalis were really not happy with each other. I believe Michalis was going to accept my offer into Norway into Sweden here. And then I had to decide whether to take Norway from behind him. When I decided that I was going to stab, Karthik was pushing me really, really hard on this. So to the extent that I wondered whether I'd have an ally after this, I thought Karthik would be my best bet. And I was worried that Karthik wouldn't be able to do too much for me with Nicola coming down, but that was something I worried about next year. With this decision, I really, when it came down to it, I thought that I could slow down, if Timothy and Michalis got on the same page, I could slow them down enough that I could consolidate the gains in the South and at least get to 10 or 11 and stay there. I ended up thinking that I might be able to convince Timothy to work with me. So actually, you were thinking that Michalis was the one that I would be focusing on, but I was thinking Timothy was the better bet because I kind of didn't think that Michalis would work with me under any circumstances. I thought that he would see me as a runaway threat to top the board and just would know that he would have to fight me. So that's why I ended up taking Norway. I built a northern fleet. Michalis pointed out to me afterward that he would not have attacked me if I didn't take Norway. So this was a misread on my part and a potentially serious miscalculation that, the other part of that was that I wanted to slow them down, whatever happened in the North. And I think that ultimately ended up being what happened. I slowed them down enough until I could get more units and get them in the right places. And the fact that Timothy really wasn't in position to hurt me right away, that was also a factor here. But Brian, you had it exactly right. Like this was me saying, okay, I'm gonna swing big and see if the rest of the board can get together in time.
Well, they didn't. So congratulations on your big swing, giving you the big victory. It was impressive. It really was.
Thanks, man. I do want to say one other thing here, which is that this moment of the RT, like Farron has sold out so hard here, that if I don't stab her here, she actually starts to accrue a huge advantage over me, right? If she can start putting down builds and becomes unstabbable, I've got people in the north who can attack me. She doesn't really have anybody in the south. So for me, this was kind of an inflection point. Like either I take the chance or I'm going to have to worry about her doing it for the rest of the game. And that was another factor. I was like, well, this way the control is in my hand. Now Farron may not, Farron would probably say to me that she wouldn't have stabbed me, right? And that may be true, but this way I didn't have to put the decision in her hands.
Did you have any idea when this happened that she was going to agree to be your sort of janissary or puppet afterwards?
No, only I had an idea that it might be possible given I feel like I've seen her do this on other top board situations. And, I had her dead to rights, right? Like she just could not really fight me at all. She had sold out so hard that, and then me getting Serbia as well, right? Like that was a huge part of that. I thought that she would be open to the argument that she had more to gain by working with me.
And she was. So again, congratulations, Brandon, on a really impressive win.
Thanks, man.
Well, David, I know you need to say farewell to us tonight. So I just want to thank you again for not only your fantastic commentary for this game, but for being here, being so reliable all season long. The League Night broadcasts and the Diplomacy hobby would not be the same without you. So thank you once again for being a part of this for yet another fantastic season.
Well, I appreciate that. And it was always a pleasure to be on with Ed. We kid each other, but we have great mutual respect. It's great fun to be on with you. And Zach, another great season of the VDL. And congratulations to you for that. And also wanted to say something about Kevin O'Kelly, who's been a hard-working producer behind the scenes, not just tonight, but in many other situations. I know this sounds like a lot of congratulating everybody, but that's because this has really been quite a season. It's been a lot of fun, and I can't think of anything better than to top it off with Brandon winning the thing in this fashion. Way to go.
I could think of better things.
David, I honestly can't believe I'm hearing this from you. You like me. You really like me.
All right, let's end this love fest now.
Frankly, I just thought it was the best way to end the show. So don't read too much into it.
Okay, all right. David, you're a mensch. God love you. I can think of way better things than Brandon winning, but go back to spring 1903 for a second.
See y'all.
Thanks.
Good night, David.
Bye-bye. Okay. Farron builds Fleet Smyrna, which you would have wanted to see. Is Farron asking you, insisting, demanding that Black go back to Sev?
Mentioned it, but didn't insist. And this, I think, was a mistake. I think this is a moment where Farron needed to put me on the mat and make me show my cards.
Correct.
Yeah, and look,
I mean, you either move there, she's moving to Con. That's, for me, this is a huge thing that you don't move back. You can do that, right? You could, it wouldn't be as good a stab, but I wanted to know how insistent she was. That's why I asked that question.
Mentioned it, didn't insist, and so it gave me the opening to put it off for a future conversation. Was not happy that I didn't move Romania out. I think was expecting that, but it wasn't something we had talked about explicitly. So this is just a moment where alliance sort of hygiene is important. And, when you're playing with top players, I think you have to be very clear about the details, and you need to get people to show their hands. And, I think Farron has had an amazing amount of success, and I think it's generally been by finding the right people and sort of trusting them beyond the bounds that are sort of healthy for them, the other people. And you know, I'm somebody that you can work with really well, but you do have to. It has to be where you take care of yourself as well.
You're still a Scorpion.
I mean, I have the mode, right? Like, so, but again, right? So Farron's selling out so hard here that if I actually don't do something, then she ends up getting a huge benefit out of it, and the advantage will pretty quickly accrue to her. So like it's to my disadvantage if I let that happen, right? I want to say something else as well, that Farron was dealing with some personal stuff, experienced a loss in the last day or two, and wasn't sure that she was going to play this game. So I don't think she was at the top of her game, and I think this is a moment where that showed.
No, yeah, and I'm not trying to be overly harsh, but the diplomacy point is this: on a top board, every piece and unit matters. You can't just sort of feel like it's going to work out on an alliance way unless there are clear boundaries negotiated. You can't really trust the other person, especially when that person's Brandon Fogel. But even if that person is Care Bear, like Ed Sullivan or Zachary Moore. But the other thing is, give me your read on what was happening in the West. It seemed to us that Tim was very cautious, that people were worried about Nicola, but that there was a lot of flip-flopping, and the sideline reporters tended to blame Tim. But the inability of the West to cohere against you until it was too late, and then never fully. There was this odd move from Tim from Silesia to Munich as if there was going to be a Stavager. I mean, that just had to make you feel great. It never fully got itself together. That had to be good for you. Did you play a role in that, or were you just the beneficiary of some good luck?
It's a good question. I think so. I'll tell you what happened, and then I'll tell you, I think, maybe why it happened. What happened is that Timothy kept making deals with McAuliffe and then not following through on them. So I think that there was, in 01, they were supposed to collaborate over Belgium, which I think, actually not sure that one was on Tim. I think McAuliffe may have backed out of that or something like that. But then later on, McAuliffe was supposed to get Belgium, and then he was supposed to get Holland with his weird daisy chain that you guys identified. Here, you know, they were supposed to move the German units down, and then McAuliffe was going to come in. Like, why would McAuliffe want to be in Holland? Or why would either of them want McAuliffe to be in Holland here? I mean, if you're going to put a unit in Picardy, put McAuliffe's unit there, you know, or put him in Belgium, right? Like, you just don't want an English unit in Holland. So I think that I think they had difficulty. So whatever the deal was, like, they had made a plan, and however bad the plan was, Timothy didn't follow through on it here. So that meant that in fall 1903, I was able to convince McAuliffe to take my support into Sweden, and then I took Norway as well. Later in the game, I think they did make mistakes here. I think Nicolas got a little bit greedy here, to be honest. And I think you guys identified this. He thought what Nicolas should do is just hold his units back and let the other ones actually push their units forward. But like in 04, why is Nicolas getting Belgium? You know, why isn't Timothy Crosby getting Belgium and putting down an army in Berlin? There's just no reason for it. And then, you know, there's an army in Burgundy where there doesn't need to be yet, right? So that army in Burgundy could easily just be going down to Marseille here. So I think Nicolas thought that, I think he was panicking a little bit here and thought that he needed to start accruing centers if he had a chance to win. And McAuliffe and Timothy developed this strategy, I think, of trying to force me to give them concessions on the fear of Nicolas sort of running away with it. But I was at 10 and Nicolas was at like 5 or 6 at this point. So at this point I'm at 11-6. And like, my odds are just much better if I see if they can get their act together. I mean, I think Timothy asked me to give him Warsaw in fall of 04. Just not going to do that. To the extent that I had any hand in this, it's that in the early negotiations, I was very focused on Nicolas, who I think is the top player on the tour right now. he won this tournament last year, and he finished the regular season #1. And he is just an all-around fantastic player.
Was the top player on the tour.
He's an all-around fantastic player with just a large skill set. And he took France, right? And so as Russia, I actually went to Michalis and Timothy, England and Germany, and told them that I wanted an EG because I wanted to make sure that Nicolas was kept in check. I hesitated going to Black Sea, right? Like I did these things as Russia that you just don't normally, that you shouldn't do. And I think to the extent that I had any hand in fomenting any discord in the West, it was that I made it clear that I was willing to let EG do what they wanted. If they had gotten their act together, I'm not sure what would have happened, to be honest. But their discord was a huge factor in me excelling here.
Lastly, and sorry, Brian.
Go ahead, Ed.
No, I'm just taking it over. It's the Ed Sullivan Show. I'm sorry. I'm being very rude. But I've identified my talent pool. We used to think Zach was going to be the next big thing, but he kind of flamed out. I'm pretty sure Bradley Grace is the next big thing. This is his first top board. Rough getting played like that by Karthik, but you had some bonding moments with him. Validate my theory that he is the next best thing, or tell us how he's going to flame out like Zach.
Zachary, Weaselmoot 2018 winner or 2019?
2019. Thank you so much.
Bradley.
Who played in that? Nobody.
Christian Klein. That's
Christian Klein crucially played in that. Played a huge role in that.
Corey Neslin soloed in that one, if I remember correctly. You're muted, Kevin.
Bradley Grace. The question's about Bradley Grace.
Yeah, Bradley. Bradley had a spectacular equanimity. Ed Sullivan, that is your vocabulary word, SAT word for the day. Did not get ruffled at the rough treatment that he got. It was very peaked in 1901 after Karthik, took Greece. But after that, it was just very clear. He was like, "I just want to kill Karthik. I just want to kill Karthik." And he just did a really good job of sort of knowing what the situation was and knowing what the low limits of his potential were. And I can't say I got to see him do anything more than that. He died gracefully. I'm sorry.
He had magnanimity.
With
his equanimity, he had magnanimity in depth. All right, I'm done. No more questions. I'm really proud of you. I'm saddened for the hobby that the same old people keep winning all the time, but this was a well-deserved victory. Nobody except me deserves it more, so I was glad to see you win.
Thanks, man. I mean, I think that was a compliment, and I think that I feel heartfelt about it.
It was kind of meant to be down the middle.
Yeah, I felt that. It felt like a zigzag, an emotional zigzag.
So, Brandon, I wanted to focus in on some of the more softer skills within diplomacy. That's something you and I have talked quite a bit about. Trust is a resource that you build in this game, and there's a pool of trust that you build within one game, and there's a pool of trust that you build with a reputation going into repeat plays. And you and I have both talked about that you build up that pool, and then there's times when you need to spend that. And I feel like you spent a lot in this game, and I just wanted to hear, like, I know that was not an easy choice for you. I know that was going through your head. What was that conflict like, and how did you ultimately decide, not only for 1903, but also in this 1905? I feel like this was the point where you put yourself in position to win in 1903. You won the game in fall of 1905.
I can tell you, that this turn was really actually emotionally difficult for me. I know I saw Chris Kelly laughing at this in the comments.
Please.
More
meta. It was so hard.
No, look, the stab. The stab, so 1903, fall 1903 was difficult in the way that you're talking about, Brian, in that I knew that it was a big risk. It was the kind of thing I don't normally do, and it's a potential, it's something that could sort of stick with me for a while, right? A big stab on in a big high stakes game. But with that, I was able to sort of run the, take a page from Peter McNamara and run the calculations in my head and say, this increases my chances of winning this significantly. This is a really big game. This is a really big deal. Winning this tournament would be great. Winning this league, I should say, would be great. And these opportunities don't come along all that often. I might have said like, oh, this might screw me for the DBNI, and that's even bigger. But you don't get opportunities to win leagues and tournaments all that often. So it's better to take them when you have a chance. But that I was able to see clearly how much it would improve my chances of winning the game. David Hood's concerns notwithstanding, right? Which is that I suddenly had no friends on the board potentially and could have collapsed fairly easily, but I still felt like a chance worth taking. What happens here is that I'm hurting somebody who is actively helping me win the game, who I actually don't need the dots to do it, right? Like these are dots that I don't need to win. I could leave these for later if I wanted to and just play for better position. I can go to Aegean here. Farron is willing to help me, use all of her fleets to continue helping me. This I did with a really heavy heart, and I only did it because Karthik and Michalis were insisting on it, and they did have especially Karthik, they did have the ability to seriously damage my chances of winning the game. If I keep them both on side right now, then Nicolas has no chance and really has to recognize that he has no chance. Whereas if I keep Farron on side and keep her alive, it becomes a slog, and I almost certainly get pushed back somewhere around Trieste or Vienna, something like that. So for me to guarantee that I win this game, I'm being forced to eliminate Farron. I thought it was mean-spirited, if I'm being honest, and I told them that. And I told this to Farron as well, and they have their reasons for it. And I kind of understand too, like the idea that they wanted Farron to turn around and fight me with everything she had. I tend to think that would have been better for them than it would have been for her. But I did not need to eliminate her. I think they wanted to teach her a lesson. They did not know about the hardship that she had faced, and maybe that would have, allowed for some more leniency. But I was not happy about doing this, and you can LOL at that if you want. But this was not. No, Farron was not necessary for me to win this game. From a tactical perspective, from a diplomatic and strategic perspective, I think it was.
I'm going to politely and respectfully sort of test that and push back just a little bit because I have a question.
Sure.
On this turn, I think everything you just said applies, and I get it in fall 1905. But that I do not believe was the tactical or diplomatic. It may have been what they're telling you the diplomatic situation is in fall 1906. But there is nothing that can be done to you to imperil your victory. And you felt the need to eliminate her because other players wanted that. And I'm curious. I'm guessing you just wanted it to be over. This is what it was going to take for sure to be over. But I think it's not just that you had to do that for all the other reasons in 05. But fall 1906 is a difficult call, more difficult than the way you put it, I think.
Perhaps I did want the game to be over at this point. And there was the fleet situation in the south. If the game continues here and Karthik helps Nicolas, I'll get a third fleet down here in the fall, but it's going to be in Sevastopol. It's going to take me 3 turns to get it in position to help out. Nicolas would be in the Ionian and then in Adriatic. I certainly get pushed back. There may not be enough time for him to catch me. That's possible. But this way the game ends. You're right. I could have fought harder for it, I suppose.
I think you're making good points to me that I hadn't really considered, because you're benefiting from Karthik's help here.
Yeah.
And if you don't eliminate Farron, you don't have that anymore. There is a lack of Southern fleets for you. Maybe Karthik puts an army in Norway. It does slog it out another 45 minutes. So I take it back.
That's one of my favorite things about this game. I love it in so many ways, but sometimes it places us in situations where we have very difficult choices. And it is a simple game mechanically, but the amount of difficult situations that it places us in really allows us to explore the human behavior and how we interact with each other and how we interact with ourselves. And in this game, I don't think anyone could say you didn't make the right choices to win this game. So congratulations.
Thank you.
Zach, would you like to say anything to your 2023 Virtual Diplomacy League champion?
Yeah, it's about time, man. You've been kicking butt for a long time. That was fantastic. You do a lot for the Hobby News Network too. You're pulling double duty during Paris Method, running the little names across the line. But what else is there to say? It's just I'm trying to think if we learned anything new about you today, other than just reinforcing and reminding ourselves that when you sign up to play in a league or a tournament, you're going to be right there in the end. One thing, though, is I think there's something particular about you and leagues, even more so than tournaments. I think the long term really benefits you, where there's I don't know if it's just the over the long term, your stability and your personality and your consistency really shines. But I feel that anytime you're in a league, you're always on the top board. And in a tournament, you're only on about 90% of the top board or something like that. And I say that half tongue in cheek, but there really is something to the length of league diplomacy that's different and that suits your style. And I can't quite articulate it. Maybe Brian could, but there's something there.
Yeah, I think that's right. Actually, I played in 2 World Championships before. I haven't gotten, for various reasons, I actually haven't been able to travel to too many tournaments, but I did play in the one in Chicago, which was my first major tournament. And then I went to Marseille in 2019. And between those two, it was after the Chicago tournament that I started to do really well in the local Chicago league. And then over those intervening 3 years, I did really, really well in the Chicago league. And so when I was finally able to start traveling again, I went to a couple tournaments, and then I ended up in Marseille. And I was kind of like, I'm hot shit, right? I'm gonna surprise some people here. And I just got spanked in Marseille. I just really was not good. And I remember playing. It was my first time playing with Andrew Goff, and I suddenly realized that there was just a whole other level of play that was possible than what I had experienced before. And I remember thinking that he was like a magical elf, and I felt like he was seeing the game further than everyone else, and it was really amazing. And what I realized too, I think, is that I depend a lot on my knowledge of players. And that is something you get to get a lot of in league play. And I think also I do depend a lot on establishing a certain reputation, a certain rapport. And you can do that in tournament play. You just have to do it. You have to do it more quickly, right? Because you have to do it in the course of 1 or 2 negotiations at the beginning of a game. And I think there's a skill to that. And I think I still need to master that one.
I'm going to say a couple things here. I'm really proud of you. On a personal note, I'm not going to propose or anything, but I am going to say this. You have helped the hobby in immeasurable ways. Me personally, having you critique me as hard as you do and did makes me a better player. I wish, seeing you on the broadcast booth as an analyst, you are the best analyst out there. No offense to David Hood, who's a close second, because I love the mix of attaboys and critique. And you've helped so many players understand why they could have, or how they could have done things better. So thank you for that. The win is well deserved. You made me eat asparagus, and I liked it.
And mushrooms.
I don't think I could. I had to have it with mushrooms. It was sort of, we tried to do it together, so I could eat asparagus. But I'm very happy to see you win this tournament, and I would like you to win no others.
Thanks,
All
man.
right.
And I appreciate you introducing me to crawfish. So
All right.
we did
Well,
it to each other.
Congratulations, Brandon Vogel.
Thanks, man.
Well deserved. Fantastic season, fantastic game, and looking forward to chatting with you about it more and hanging out with you for the upcoming DBNI. You want to give a quick plug for that?
Yeah, I can do that. The DBN Invitational, the field is now going to be set. This was the last competition outstanding with that the results had not been finished yet. And so we are going to do our calculations tomorrow and figure out who the top 28 are. Some people have already declined. We have, I think, 3 people have declined who are well inside the top 28, plus a bot who is not allowed to play. Has been forced to decline its invitation. And so there's going to be really anyone on the bubble is in play right now. So we are going to figure out who those people are and get confirmations of their participation. And then in 3 weeks, I believe, or 4 weeks maybe, 4 weeks.
Sounds right.
We are going to have 4 semifinal rounds, which are all winner take all. So just like this was a top board, all of the DBNI first round games are top boards. Only the winner will move on to the championship game, which will take place the following weekend. So this is February 17th to 19th are the semifinal rounds, and then the championship game will take place on February 25th.
Fair, and Cascadia will count for the next season. For the 23-24 season. That'll be the first tournament. The cutoff date is January 31st. All right. Well, Brandon, we're going to wish you good night. Congrats again. And we are going to welcome to the stream our producer, Kevin O'Kelly. Kevin, thank you so much for all of your hard work, both with this broadcast and with the French championship game. That if you didn't get a chance to watch that, to our viewers, highly encourage you check that out. Do you want to give any closing thoughts about this game?
A couple of admin things first. Yeah, we'll get some show links in the show notes. We're going to have the links to the award ceremony. You guys did a fantastic job. A lot of the people we saw tonight were on there. We did not have it. We were going to make a disclaimer because Brandon criticized Nicolas about how to win a tournament, and then they both coincidentally won tournaments on the same broadcast. So no disclaimer, but congratulations to Nicolas Sauge earlier, and of course our fellow Weasel here in Chicago to Brandon on a great game. A couple of things behind the scenes. You wouldn't believe, even in a game that was so short, how much diplomacy was going on in the background. I was lucky enough to jump in on a couple of those negotiations, and just the thought-provoking questions that you would get in, and you know the players are making their pitch, and then all of a sudden they're thrown back, and they're wondering, oh, I didn't think about that. Michaelis did that 3 or 4 times to Brandon, to Karthik, and they both left the conversation dumbfounded. He asked the right question, and it changed everything. So even in a non-winning position, you can make an impact on the game and have things change. So I'm really looking forward to 2023 VDL, which is going to start in a couple of months. We saw some results today from a rookie game. Anyone can play to a championship game. So come join us next year. There's links in the description, and I'm looking forward to maybe even playing a game next year. We'll see.
Ooh.
Right.
Wow, that's a teaser. Give us a tease.
We need it.
Everyone else, your odds just went up for.
Brian made a joke and a good one.
I was saving that up all season.
Trying to remove myself from the screen. I can't figure it out.
All right, Zach, why don't you give us closing thoughts about this season?
Yeah, my closing thoughts about this season are actually going to be a look forward to next season. We're going to be back 2023. It's going to be here before you know it, coming right around the corner in March. So I'm going to address you, not Brian or Ed or Kevin, but you in the chat right now, you watching this after it airs tomorrow morning or thereabouts. This is fun to do. This is a fun game to play, an intense game to play. It's a great way to play the game in a way where you're really getting the human element and really getting to experience not body language, but kind of the contours of people's personality in a very fascinating way, and it makes it a unique way to play diplomacy. So if you've been jumping into the streams, a couple people on this top board found a YouTube stream and then just took the plunge and played and became top players. You saw the rookie game earlier. One of those players, Jason Bennett, in the rookie game, was 8th place in the Virtual Diplomacy League. He was less than 1 center from being on the top board. So you can jump in and be competitive right away, or you can also just jump in, play twice, have fun. And that's what about half of VDL players do, is just jump in, play 1 or 2 games, have fun, and then go read books with the rest of their year. Do that too. Play at your own pace. Ed's putting his hands over his eyes, but there's no wrong way to play in the VDL, so I want you to play.
All right. Well, I would like to give a thank you, Zach, for all of the hard work that you have done as commissioner of this league. Virtual diplomacy is something that is such a boon to this hobby, allowing us to have a face-to-face like experience regardless of where we are in the world. You've created a truly global league, time zones that are friendly for every single major time zone within the hobby. You are considerate and welcoming to new players while simultaneously creating an environment that is challenging and competitive for those that want to play that way. I just am extremely grateful, and as a fan of this game, it brings joy to me each month when we get to cover these games, and we would not have that without the work that you put in.
Appreciate what you all do as well. It's a great broadcast. Kevin, you haven't had a moment to sit down in 48 hours. I've been seeing all you've been doing in the broadcast. So hope all 3 of you sleep well tonight.
All right. Well, with that, we are going to wrap up our show. Before we do, I just want to say thank you to everyone who has helped put this broadcast together. First, just a shout out to the huge amount of people that have joined us on League Night throughout the whole season. Both our regulars, especially Ed, you, and David, and Adam, Kevin, but also to those who have made guest appearances. We've had a lot of fun input from players within the community, from those players who are playing in other leagues besides Virtual Diplomacy League that have taken time out to share French League and the Nexus Press League and all of these fun ways. It's such a wide hobby, and one of my favorite things on League Night is we get to experience that and share that and celebrate that together. I also love how it's bringing together so many voices from different metas, creating new ways to play, new ideas. Just great. So thank you for that. For tonight, I want to give a shout out to our sideline reporters. Robert Schupa, fantastic. Doing it solo for a period of time, that is not easy to anybody who has tried to both listen in and record at the same time. Then for Peter McNamara, waking up early, coming to join the broadcast. Christopher Ward for his help. Kevin, behind the scenes. People do not realize how much work Kevin puts into making these broadcasts, editing videos, creating graphics, keeping me on topic, correcting me when I'm wrong, taking me off mute. It's fantastic. Really, really can't say enough about how nice it is to have Kevin helping produce. And then for today's broadcast, Liam, thank you for joining us. Fantastic debut to have a rookie broadcaster to help with our rookie showcase. And Ed and David, thank you all as usual. So Everybody, most of all, thank you for watching. It means a lot to me that there are other people who care about this game as much as I do, and want to stay and watch and talk about it and see what happens and explore this game. Every time we watch it, it's the same game, but it's different every single time, and it creates a scenario where we can learn more about ourselves every time that we play. So thank you all for watching. If this is something that you enjoyed, please, please, please take time to like and subscribe to this channel. It does really help with sharing this game with other people, and that is one of our main missions. So appreciate that very much. It makes Ed laugh, so that is a win in of itself. I'd like to thank everybody. Have a great night.